could have made any plan, any exit strategy he wanted. But now everyone's waking up. We're getting the word out. People are really asking hard questions now. And I think it's going to get worse. This whole trip into China, definitely telling. And I think we're all on the right analysis. And what Anthony was saying, agree with absolutely. And Suleiman, your take on it. Yeah, we have the oligarchs there. We're going to be there. The United States is just sitting there to do a bunch of posturing. I think China is driving the problem to a great deal through Pakistan. There's going to be ongoing negotiations, but it's going to be back and forth. This is going to get drawn up for a while. Plan any exit strategy he wanted. But whoa, Bob, hold on a second. Sorry, I had my video going in the background. But you're streaming here. But yeah, great interviews. Got Anthony on there. And oh, by the way, Fiona, she is a lioness. God bless her. UK done, man. It's done. UK, it's over. US is next. We got to battle this. We can't just sit down and let it happen. But they've taken there's no way that should be done. And I think, Suleiman, you agree. I think they were really waiting for her. It was a setup. It was staged. And they're trying to set her up. And I'm glad she's taken this on. And thank you for putting her on, giving her support, Suleiman. Thank you so much. This really helps her. And it gives her a lot of confidence, and she's really great to have her on there. So other than that, yeah, we're going to stay with this. Keep the updates going, folks. Please like, share, and subscribe. And also, folks, please go to the videos in the archive. And even if you've heard the live stream, what I like to do is put the video up. And if you listen to it again, you can learn stuff. But if you say, hey, I've already heard this, just let it run. But the way the YouTube works is the more view time it gets, it gives it a higher rating. And it's in the SEO there. So keep it going, Suleiman. God bless you. Love you, dear brother. Keep fighting the good fight. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you as always, Andrew. Want to welcome Andrew, Doc, and Cyrus onto the space. Doc, how are you doing? How are things? Give us your thoughts.
Things are good. I thought that Trump would hold off on any attack or escalation or boots on the ground until after he spoke to China. So I'll claim some credit on that because we hear daily in this space and certainly in other places about the imminent full-scale attack of America and Israel on Iran. So I'm glad to see some sense is been established here. I do think there's going to be discussions between China and Trump on Iran. It seems to me to be the chief purpose of the visit. He was just in China not too long ago. Trump has visited China twice, as he has not visited America, which is probably not the normal course for relations between superpowers, where they sort of trade off on who's visiting whom. And when you're getting on the plane, you're the subservient party in that relationship. So I think that China supporting Iran militarily, which they have already done in some regard with their assistance on the radar detection. So I'm still of a mind that we're not going to see an all-out war. I think that Trump is going to take an off-ramp, and when whether economics come out of this visit to China and the parade of oligarchs, Trump is basically trying to show China just how economically beneficial the relationship is, while at the same time, we would presume, because he's under China's leash, that he's going to be asking China to stand back from supporting Iran. Bill O'Reilly, that old, I can't believe he's still alive, podcaster now, is saying that he's heard from quote unquote sources that that China is going to agree to tamp down Iran. I don't believe that for a second. I don't think China can tamp down Iran. I think they're too dependent on the oil and gas, and the relationship is one clearly of mutual benefit between the two, where both Iran and China, all had China, have their foot on the neck in some sense on America because of Trump's policies, and particularly because of his support for Israel and the desire for the Greater Israel Project and conquest of all their Islamic neighbors. So I think we're at the limit of what Bibi can do in terms of compelling Trump's behavior. I don't think it can extend to an all-out war by America. Certainly, Israel isn't going to be putting any boots on the ground, even as advisors. They'll throw guns to the Kurds, in an attempt to foment a color revolution, but they're not going to war themselves. So I remain optimistic, but certainly skeptical. I posted something on my wall and on my other social media, which is Trump posing as Uncle Sam, pointing a finger, I want you for the US Army. And Trump just took that old World War II poster where it could compel young men and young women to dedicate their lives, and that's certainly what it was during World War II, to the defense of their nation. And here Trump is trying to grab onto that history and that patriotism, and seems to be laying the groundwork, at least either in terms of leverage for his negotiations with Iran and China, or in advance of actual plans to start a draft, because we don't have 160,000 combat troops that we staged in Kuwait for the attack in Iraq. We don't have that sort of military anymore. And even if we did, it wouldn't be enough. It's what we talked on here many times, including yesterday, which is the U.S. has no defense against drones and missiles that Iran has. The question of how America's military deals with the threat of Chinese drones was a subject of papers that I read from the War College years ago. So this was all known and expected by the military, which is probably why you've had so many generals shown the door, and why rumors continue to persist in the Department of Defense of opposition to Pete Hegseth's management of the department, as well as their refusal, if it ever came, as an unconstitutional, unlawful order to nuke Iran. So I see this China trip as a good thing. China's got to be laughing their ass off because now they know that nothing can be done or would be done by America to protect Taiwan if China invaded. So those are my thoughts for today. Thanks for asking. Glad to be here. Retreat to space, guys.
Appreciate that, Doc. Yes, listen to the Doc. Do retweet the space, reshare the space. Let everybody know we're live. Lots to get into, and wait, I did, yeah. Lots to get into and lots to speak about. Doc, when you did you hear the interview with Lawrence Wilkerson?
Just bits and pieces of it. I'm sorry, I'm working today and having to pay attention to
No problem.
other
So
things.
he basically said that he essentially said that doing a blockade is a essential act of war, and therefore when Rubio says that, oh, we've got a blockade, therefore there's no war, is a contradiction. What's your thoughts on that point?
Oh, it's so obvious, correct, that it's probably embarrassing for anyone to even contend with anyone with any modicum of knowledge about history general, the history of war. Yes, of course, a blockade is a hostile act. In international laws, I think it's termed that way. So the fact that they can say, they being Rubio or Trump, this double speak, this is Orwellian. It's ridiculous. You can't say that we're not at war, but be acting in a warlike manner. And it's not just the fact that the blockade is on. It's the fact that we had that blurb a week or so ago where there was a missile exchange between, I don't know if Israel and America, in Iran over justified by a supposed attack on the UAE by Iran. And Trump and others in the administration said, well, that's not a violation of the ceasefire either. Well, what about what's happening in this? What's happening in northern Lebanon? That's a violation of the ceasefire. So there really is no ceasefire. What we see now is what we were talking about yesterday with one of your guests. I think it might have been Larry Johnson. No, it wasn't Larry Johnson. It was one of the earlier ones who said that the war is going to continue in a that was Professor Pate. The war is going to continue in kind of a up and down, bumpy sort of fashion. Where every once in a while we'll see eruptions of violence and probably a missile exchange in most cases. And this is what the Vietnam War was like. I made the point then, I'll make it again because I think it's worth making, that this can't be like Vietnam, where we have this long, drawn out sort of low grade military action, low kinetic action warfare, because the world's economy is being strangled right now. And the signs in America are breaking out all over. Home foreclosures are up 25%. Credit card debt is up in highs since 2016. The more sellers than buyers in real estate markets, like the one I'm in Los Angeles and nationwide. So the stress of the economy is really weighing on Americans, and I'm sure the same thing is true in Europe, who is also dependent upon the energy produced and supplied out of the Gulf. And Iran can just sit and wait because there's nothing that America or Israel can do to stop their blockade of the straits. Nothing. So it's going to continue. What America does in terms of a blockade, outside the straits or in the Indian Ocean or the Red Sea won't matter either, because they can't affirmatively protect shipping that would cross the line of Iranian control of the straits. The point's been made many times. You have a 12-mile wide lane where these very, very heavy ships carrying oil and natural gas travel at 5 or 6, I don't know, 8 knots. Jesus, it's picking ducks in a barrel. There's no protecting them without completely eliminating Iran's missile and drone and just conventional fire, artillery shells from the cliff sides. Go look at the geography, the area there that America and their boots on the ground would have to dominate and control, and then protect that force on that ground from attacks from above, missiles and drones. There's no way that America can use military force to change the military situation um, for just against any conceive. I can't conceive of it happening. We just don't have that military anymore. So I think what Rubio and Trump is doing is just complete doublespeak. Trump, I can't believe he said this when asked directly by a poll reporter outside the White House. What concerns does he have about the damage to Americans? I'm paraphrasing. What concern does he have for Americans' pocketbooks and the economy while he's dealing with Iran? He says he has no concern whatsoever. He doesn't care, and he's making it plain. And if I'm a Democrat running against a Republican anywhere in the country, that's the first clip I'm going to take and I'm going to put out there. And so we're going to have a Democratic wave in November, and we'll see a change in the House of Representatives, and we're going to be at a standstill, both in terms of the war and our economy and our government. And it's really dangerous times for America and Americans.
Yeah, dangerous times indeed. Cyrus, was there anything you want to add in terms of the conversation? Go ahead, jump in.
Hi, Suleiman. Thanks for having me. Great interviews as always. I've been following Colonel Wilkerson for a long time. He is super legit. He served under the Bush administration. He was the chief of staff, actually, which is a very big deal under Colin Powell. He's a true insider, highly cleared. You know, he was in all the intelligence committees and stuff. So he is super, super legit. I hope you bring him back. And I love hearing these guys speak candidly after they leave the establishment. Their words carry a lot of weight. Although in this case, I don't agree that we'll resort to full escalation. He leaves out the third option of a frozen conflict. He's absolutely right about all his assessments. The fact that we're stuck in a essentially a stalemate where we have to bifurcate and either go heavy kinetic again or make a deal, right? But there is a third option of a drawn out frozen conflict that will erupt in random kinetic, low intensity and low duration conflicts. A quick correction to what Doc said. Based on what I heard Pape saying, what he's written about before, he doesn't think that there's going to be a frozen conflict with with some minimal kinetic activity. He thinks that we're in an escalation trap and we are heading for a very kinetic situation. So Pape's position is not the third option, where which is what I predict. Professor Mearsheimer agrees on that. There's very few voices that think this will draw out to a frozen conflict before we see an eruption. So and nobody knows. I mean, the intent of the Trump administration, given how unpredictable and erratic they are, and irrational in many cases, we just don't know what's going to happen. But if logic prevails, they will take an off ramp and get into kind of never-ending negotiations with peaks and troughs, and with some kinetic action probably. So this is a powder keg that's been building up for a long time. It finally blew up, but then they contained it, and now they don't want it to blow up. The global implications are dire. That's why they brought that the legion of oligarchs to China. What that indicates, what Trump thinks, it's to show the prowess of the American economy. What he doesn't realize that he's lining up a group of oligarchs that are deeply dependent on China. So a lot of those companies get either components or services or raw materials from China. So if there were to be a full divorce, China can recuperate much better and readjust to a new world order, whereas America is heavily dependent on China, and this is by our own design. We this is globalism is created in our image, and it was unchecked, and this is a result of it. So now we're competing heavily with China in the security sphere. This Iran war is kind of hindering our effort to pivot east and to contain China. Right, the idea is not to go to war with them. Based on what we saw in the Persian Gulf, the U.S. would not fare well in any type of warfare against China right now. So I think that this is all part of miscalculations by the U.S. establishment, by the deep state, both to isolate and alienate Russia and to pick a fight with Iran, create failed states across the Middle East. This is not smart policy. This is liberal hegemony, essentially liberal political thought theory. It masks a lot of hegemonic ambitions as doing it for the greater good of humanity, because we figured out democracy so well, we're going to force it on others, right? But in reality, these are just natural forces at play that great powers act on their own interests and try to expand and try to curtail other powers from rising. This has happened, since the antiquity, since 2,000 years ago. Now it's the same ambition, same intent, just by different means. Now you have AI, you have social media, you have new military technology that you can reach out and touch your enemy from further. So this is all a function of great power politics. It's an anarchic world, and what matters are the great powers. In this case, it's the United States, China, and Russia. So in the Western world, we are beholden to the United States. So it's our hegemony. It's a regional hegemony too. It's not a global hegemony. We are the kings of the Western world and the Western system, right? And Europe trusts us, rightfully or wrongfully. So we should act in unison. And right now, the policies that the West and the United States have embarked on have been detrimental to the power of the West, to the longevity of this system. So we're witnessing a slow demise right now if we continue on this path. But I predict that the United States will make some very fundamental adjustments to its policy in the next 10 years, and we'll see us not get so entangled in Israel's local meddling and destructive patterns. I think we'll see that relationship wane, and we'll see more of a focus to East Asia. And I'll close on by what Colonel Aguilar said. He's awesome, very technical guy. And if you recall, during some of our first conversations on your space, Suleiman, when I just had recently joined you guys, we were talking about air power and what it requires to get rid of these launchers, because the Iranians use a shoot and scoot strategy, which where they shoot and they quickly pull away into hardened facilities. So for that, you need a loitering capability. The MQ-9 Reapers are the only source of firepower we have that can carry multiple ordnance, mainly by way of Hellfire missiles. I believe they can carry up to 16. But with fuel and stuff, they usually carry, I think, 8 with additional fuel tanks. They loiter up to 24 hours, and it's that persistence capability that Lieutenant Colonel Aguilar spoke of. It is absolutely critical. These are very exquisite systems that take a long time to build. One unit costs $30 million, one of the Reapers. And we've lost a third of our fleet in 39 days of war. That is staggering. And that's not even against an adversary like China. So this is absolutely of huge magnitude. The MQ, the Triton that he's speaking of, the RQ-4, I believe is the designation, the Triton. I knew we had Iran shot one down a few years ago. That was a direct hit by and surface to air missile. It was an indigenous one too. But recently, this is news to me that they were able to hack it and land it. If that is true, that is unprecedented. Iran did it actually one time with the Sentinel, the kind of stealth-looking. It's called the nickname the Beast of Kandahar. It was diverted from Afghanistan. I believe it was like 2014, maybe earlier. And so Iran actually had done it once before. But if they were able to pull this off with a $200 million asset, it is beyond embarrassing. I haven't seen any concrete evidence of it, but Lieutenant Colonel Aguilar is credible. So by no means am I just writing it off. But these are major events. If full-on hostilities resume, for the reasons I mentioned, we've lost one third of our MQ-9 Reaper capability, which is the only persistence capability with firepower we have that can actually put a dent in those launchers. That's it. So if they're not able to loiter and stay above with impunity, there's no value to them, right? So if hostilities regain, don't hold your breath for Iran's offensive missile launch capabilities to dwindle. If it was working, if our strategy was working, we would have eroded it substantially in the 39 days. But all the after action reports that are coming up, you're here to CIA communications that are coming out, individuals like Colonel Wilkerson and Lieutenant Colonel Aguilar, all these folks are credible, and the writing's on the wall. If we re-engage in full-on hostilities, there's nothing to gain, short of destroying civilian infrastructure, making a human catastrophe, breaking more international laws. Short of that, which Iran will react in kind in the GCC, there's nothing to gain other than human suffering and human catastrophes. So, for those reasons, I think Trump will take an off ramp. There's no clear gain for him. And these are very interesting times. And I remind you, these are very historic times. We probably won't witness something like this again in our lifetime to this severity with such global implications in light of the energy crisis that we're facing. I'll land it there. Thank you, Suleiman.
Thanks, Cyrus. Let me read a couple of the super chats. So the first one is Aryan says, Sully, can I clip your interviews and post them? I would put the links on the actual interviews on the shorts I post so people can go and watch the full interview if they're interested. That's awesome. Like anyone who clips the interviews, I'm not exaggerating on this. If you let me know that you clipped it or tag me, but I might not see the tag. So if you send it to me, I will retweet anything you tweet on that, and so you'll get a huge amount of engagement on it. So if you want to build your X profiles or you want to build your profiles, I'm quite big on Insta as well. I'm kind of building on TikTok, but they keep banning me, so I got banned again yesterday for the David Icke interview. But but on the other profiles, where those two I'm really big on, I'm growing on the others. So if you did do that, I would basically retweet you or reshare it, whichever platform it's on. So like send it to me and I will do that. So Aryan, yeah, do that. I will send it. I'll help you build your profile as well. So do that. That'd be awesome. And anybody else wants to do that, send it to me and I will build it. And then Joe Nordic with the membership for 2 months. That's awesome, because I'm starting to see people who are like 2 months members, 4 months members. I don't know how that works really, but appreciate everybody. People here for 5 months. But Joe Nordic says, outstanding interviews today, Study, incredibly informative. Lieutenant Colonel Wilkinson and Lieutenant Colonel Aguilera were top-notch interviews. You're the best, Study. I am the best, Joe. I am the best. And thank you for all you do to inform. And then a huge super chat from Joe Nordic saying, Thank you for all you do to inform us, Sully. I don't care what they say. You're the best. What do you mean what they say? Who's saying what? What's saying who? Who's saying things about me, blood? Who's saying it? What is going on? What they saying about me? Anyway, jokes aside, thank you so much for your support. Really appreciate it. Joe really does help out. All the support that people give us, it does help out and let us do what we're doing. Beatrice decided to turn up. You know, it's like literally part-timer, bloods. Part-timer. Okay, let's go to anything to say, part-timer? Nothing. Okay, let's go to.
I have got something to say. I want to say hello to everybody on the panel and off the panel. I see Gary, Brother Public, Brother Hussein, and everybody else and listeners. Please do retweet the space and let me do it as well in a second as soon as I stop speaking. And hi to Doc, to Andrew, to Cyrus, to Gigi. And Suleiman, you smashed it with the interviews today. I loved Fiona. I've never heard her before. That's awful. And they've literally put a target on her back. So I wouldn't be surprised if people are just following her, listening to her conversations and stuff. They've put a target on her back. Poor girl. But she's strong and she's like, yeah, you know what? I'm fearless about it and we're just going to have to deal with it. So kudos to her. So brilliant interviews. And guys, if you haven't watched those interviews, go to the Moral Resistance channel because we are the Moral Resistance and you will find those interviews there. I just want to say, so Cyrus, I just joined and I didn't hear everything you said, but I heard you talk about, like, I joined at the point where you were talking about America contain China and that the kind of the regional hegemony, and you said America has got a strong relationship with Europe. If you'd have said that 18 months ago, I'd have said, yeah, okay, because 18 months ago we didn't know better. I honestly think, and I could be wrong, but the days of America trying to contain China are over. Like, China is the superpower. There is a reason why Trump has gone with that plane load of people, you know, with their kind of let's do business, please, sir, attitude to China. And Doc was right. I heard a bit of what, because I was listening on YouTube a little bit and then I just had to do something. And so I didn't hear everything you said. But when Doc was saying that she hasn't come to America at all, and this is Trump's second visit, and he didn't even come to receive Trump, these things are symbolic. Also with Europe, like if you look at maybe 2 years ago, Europe, like, I mean, I think Europe just, you know, I'm not sticking up for Europe by any means, right? They deserve everything they get. And I think in the past, they would have put up with all the insults and everything else, you know, from Trump, and they deserve everything they get. Honestly, Europe and the UK have been absolutely shambolic at even running their own countries or their own region. But now Europe's like, oh, okay, you know what? We're going to do our own thing. We're going to up our military budget. We're not going to be dictated to by America anymore. I seen something from Keir Starmer yesterday, and it's quite devastating because he's talking about how the UK has to be at the heart of Europe and we've got to strengthen our allyship with Europe. We've got to strengthen our alliance and, you know, our kind of trade. And I'm thinking, like, I'm so angry. That's why I don't want to even come on spaces, to be honest. I'm really angry at a lot of things, and I'm really angry at the UK because now Keir Starmer's talking about, well, actually, you know, we had all of that you're talking about if you guys hadn't have done Brexit. We had that strong alliance with Europe. We had all those advantages. We had all those trade deals. And you broke all of that and you made people in this country suffer. And now you want all those alliances again because you realized we were stronger with Europe. So we got our own problems. And there isn't an alliance with America, Cyrus. 2 years ago, if you'd have said that, I'd have believed you. But I don't think America's got any influence on this part of the world anymore. That's what I'd say. Gigi, you giving 100? Why?
Because you're correct. Because America doesn't have the influence it once had. Because you're saying the right thing. I think, however, the agreement will be reached in China. I think markets spoke today. I think S&P finished the highest level ever. NVIDIA, that Jensen Chan was in the flight with Donald Trump, overpass $5.5 trillion today, bigger than entire silver market. The price of wheat, which is important because wheat is not gold. Wheat is for poor people, is bread, is the highest level it has ever been. So they have to. Today, I don't know if everybody noticed, there was massive demonstration all over Italy. I know that because my son lives in Italy. And the port worker of Genova, which is a big industrial port in northwest of Italy, basically, and export most of the machines and military stuff that they make. The port worker blocked the ship that were destined to Israel. There were demonstrations in Rome, in Milan, in Turin, in everywhere around Italy. This week there was demonstration in France. So I think Europe has spoken. I think they won't stand for what's happening in Gaza and Lebanon anymore. And I have a feeling that the world won't stand for another mass bombardment of Iran. So I think Donald Trump took all his trophy people with him in this flight to go to China and ask China for a ceasefire, because I think China has a lot of weight in Iran, and they are the one who can actually make the ceasefire happen. I know for years China has been building different industry in Iran. They are really involved. So I think Donald Trump, instead of going to Pakistan or calling Dubai or Riyadh, he actually took his all his assets with him and went to China to make a deal. And I think market has understand that. I couldn't believe that. I mean, everybody we're talking for the last few days that the market is overpriced. It's gonna pook and it's gonna go down. But today S&P finished the highest level. That's my 2 cents. I'm not as smart as many people in this panel, and I know that. But I feel it, and I was talking to Tehran. It's a beautiful day in Tehran. People are calm, and even in Iran, they're not talking about Connecticut war anymore right now.
Beatrix, I wanted to respond earlier. I had a call come in regarding the
Yeah,
China comments you
sure,
made. If
Cyrus,
I may,
respond. Yeah, go
if I
ahead.
may. China's not there yet. They're a near peer adversary, and they've had a meteoric rise, right? So it all started with Nixon and the rapprochement that began then. And essentially, we made a deal with the Chinese to accelerate economic growth globally and push this globalist agenda, which in many ways it is mutually beneficial, right? But it was just unchecked, right? Without any long-term vision of what it's going to look like when China becomes this massive power. Some of the panelists in days before, they just wrote it off to, oh, well, China has a big labor pool. They have a lot more than that. They have extremely intelligent population. They've had historic nation state. They've been done wrong. You know, the century of humiliation is real, from the Opium Wars to World War II, from the rape of Nanking to what the Japanese did. They were absolutely subjugated and decimated, right? So I have a lot of sympathy for the Chinese, you know, like how they feel, you know. So by no means are they an evil, you know, force. The Soviet Union wasn't evil, you know. So all these are really terrible notions. You know, we need to learn how to interact with other great powers. China's not there yet. When you can call China a regional hegemon, as we are here in the Western Hemisphere, you will see South Korea, Japan, Singapore, even Australia have to be in their orbit, and they clearly are not, right? So, and when some of the pundits before say, oh, the United States is going to leave the Middle East after this, if that happens, China will be coming in. That's the only other power. And when you go to Dubai, you're going to see Chinese text instead of American text, right? So let's speak in real terms that, you know, anywhere you go where English is welcome, that's part of the Western Hemisphere. And as Westerners, the best we could hope for is our system to maintain power and just act more rationally and benevolently and not to cause chaos and destruction and massive death, right? Because China subscribes to a realist policy. So does India. So does Russia. And it doesn't mean we can't have a liberal democracy internally. America should always, and same with Britain, although you guys are losing a lot of your rights, your First Amendment rights, which is tragic. It's because of constitutional monarchy. But in the United States, we have a constitutional democracy and we have the Bill of Rights. So it's much harder to erode those rights. But these are the real speaking points to save our liberal values domestically, right? But when we interact with other great powers and minor powers, we should be realists. We should work for mutual benefit, not to assert and use military force. Real powers project military force; they don't use it. It's very unbecoming of a great power to get into these small scale, not small scale rather, but in these weaker countries, right, to come and dominate them with no real strategic gain. I mean, what did we really gain from destroying Libya? What did we gain from destroying Syria, other than massive heartache and human catastrophes, the rise of radical terrorist groups because of the power vacuum, because of funding by nefarious actors? This has brought nothing but
Yeah,
heartache
but Cyrus, don't you
and
think
Mhm.
the intervention in Venezuela was successful?
So Venezuela, I'm not talking about Venezuela, and I'll get back to that. That's an astute point you made. Venezuela, although I don't agree with the operation, it did work, right? At least in the interim, because of the precedent it sets and the blatant breaking of international law. I would never condone. Only Trump would pull the trigger on that. However, definitely it's a very strategic ground in light of the Monroe Doctrine. I'm a firm believer in the Monroe Doctrine. In this hemisphere, we cannot have other great powers operating. We witnessed that in the in the Cuban Missile Crisis, which was brilliantly handled by JFK. It was arguably the most significant moment in modern human history. Averted potentially a thermonuclear war that would have killed 80% of the world's population, right? So we've seen the Monroe Doctrine in action. I would have been okay with the Venezuela operation that we did if China was already building military bases. They were giving so much material support, setting up offensive missile forces that could touch us or even anywhere within our periphery. Then it's fully warranted, Mancos, as per the Monroe Doctrine. But in this case, it sets a very negative precedent. And the juice isn't worth the squeeze, although there is
Well,
benefit.
I just saw this morning that there was a news report that Venezuela is now the #2 exporter of oil to the United States after Canada. So it seems like we're reaping some benefits.
Undoubtedly. I mean, Trump definitely did it for his corporate cronies, and there is a lot of material gain to be had on the short term. But again, it shows that we are extremely hypocritical and we have a double standard when it comes to international law that we instituted, right? That
No,
the
but
United
Cyrus,
Na-
that's the
these are our
realism
these
that
are
you're
our
saying.
institutions. These are the institutions we set up post World War II, so we can maintain the global order, right? So we're the only one breaking it. You should have a major problem with that as an American, right? We cannot
No,
behave.
Cyrus, you're contradicting yourself. On the one hand, you argue in favor of realism, which I agree with. I am very much a proponent of realism in international relations, and that's what everyone else follows. But realism says that you forcefully push the U.S. national interest, and you don't push what you then started talking about, which is this so-called rules-based international order, which is used for this idea of liberalism, which is just this grand delusion that the United States, to some degree, when the Democrats are in charge, and Europe tried to get everyone to buy into, and no one's buying into it. And Trump has been a repudiation of that and saying we're going to look out for the U.S. national interest. Isn't that what we should be doing as Americans, is looking out for ourselves and not trying to push some idea of rules-based international order?
Yeah, well, the rules-based international order was not only agreed upon by the Western world, but also by the Soviet Union, by China, the major powers of the time and
You know
currently,
what,
right? So
Cyrus, I want it because you have spoken at length, and I don't mind you and Manco have this back and forth, but this last night when I was on the space, I had this thought specifically about Venezuela. It's not even about a rules-based international order, right? For me, it's just like I would never want, I don't care what rules are out there, I don't care what anything says, I would never want my government to go in, invade another country, depose their leader, arrest him, especially when we've got so much blood on our hands, and given our foreign policy and the war crimes we've committed, highly hypocritical, as you say, and then say, oh, we're just going to help ourselves to your resources. Thank you very much. Because that's what we are entitled to do, because we are more superior. We are more supreme than you. We don't believe in equality. We have the right to do that because we are the United Kingdom, or we are the United States. I would never want my government to do that. So it just comes down to basic humanity. If you're up for that, then all right, all the gloves are off. Then you could never complain about what comes to the United States of
Well,
America. And I really
what if
hope that the United States has a rebirth where it says, you know what? Actually, we do want their oil, but we'll actually just do some trade with them, or we'll build something for them,
well,
or we'll try
Beatrix,
to help those people. What Trump is
what if
planning to
they
do
see
with
someone else?
Cuba is disgraceful. It's disgraceful what he's
Let
doing
me
in
ask you
Cuba at
real
the
quick,
moment.
Beatrix. So what if, so you don't want them to snatch and grab Maduro or kidnap, whatever word you want to use for Maduro, but aren't
I
there
just don't
other
think it's any of
people?
their business what happens in Venezuela.
Aren't there other
I think they
bad
need to fix
guys
their own
out
frigging
there?
country.
Hold on, aren't there other bad
What?
guys out there in the world that you would like to see the United States grab and stick in prison? Like, aren't there at least some people out there? You might have a different list of people than Trump does, but don't you think there's a list of people that are bad guys
Okay,
out in the
so
world
Manko,
that
let me
should go to
answer that.
prison?
It's a good question. It's a good question. It's a good question. So when you ask me, are there not other bad guys out there that I would like to see? The only name that came to my mind, and I'm sure there's a lot more guys, right? There's a lot more people like Ben Gvir and everybody else, but like the first name that comes to my head is Netanyahu. Now, forget about grabbing him and putting him in prison. At this moment in time, I'd just be happy if America said we will abide by international law and that war criminal could not step foot in America, and he will not get the red carpet freaking treatment in Congress. He will not get 20 odd or 40 odd rounds of applause in Congress the way he does. We will not do his dirty washing in the White House. And you know what? We'll evict his freaking son because he's got dual membership. He can go back home because we abide by international law. The ICC and the United Nations, which is headquartered in New York, has said that this has to apply. But America doesn't care about any of that.
Well,
So,
so if
yeah, I
we
would like
did
them to see
grab,
that. But first and
yeah, if we
foremost, I'd
got,
just like them to apply the basic laws and basic principles of law. Never mind grab somebody and put them in prison.
so
You're
let's
so
say
spot
that
on,
we did
Beatrix.
that with
Let me just,
Netanyahu.
Marcus, let me just
Would
let me
that
add one
be
more.
acceptable
Marcus, let me
then?
add to that. I
Yeah,
just
let
want to
me
add one.
just really quickly get an answer from her. So
It's a
if we did the
stupid line
same
of
type of
questioning.
operation
These
with
hypothetical
Maduro,
questions from
but we
Bankos.
got it
This is not an
from
Agree.
expression. This is
Netanyahu,
not an
you know,
expression
Agree.
I
of the
don't need the
Monroe Doctrine.
filibustering or
This is not an
the
expression of the
heckling from you,
Monroe
Doc.
Doctrine. The Monroe
It's a
Doctrine
very simple
simply said
question.
that
You know, you're not letting me
no, I'm
ask my
not. I'm
question.
not
I
letting you
was
do
in the
that
middle of
because
a
it's ridiculous.
conversation with
No,
Beatrix,
no, it's
and
a
then you
ridiculous
decide that you're going to
conversation. Your
shout me
hypothetical
down and
questions,
drown me out
but you
and
sound
not
like a
let me
girl.
speak
Oh, who would you go?
because you're
Who would you really
immature.
like to
I don't
date?
know what your
Who would you
problem
really
is
like
with
to
me,
date if
dog.
you could date anybody in the whole world? This is
What
not
an idiot.
serious,
What an
okay?
idiot. How
You are
about you
not a
shut your
All right,
serious
mouth,
guys,
dog?
person.
How about
right,
you
wait,
shut your mouth?
one second. Okay, wait. No personal attacks, right? Like literally, I like Mango, I like you, Doc, right? No personal attacks, please, Doc. I'm gonna let Doc
Beatrice,
speak, and then
Beatrice, I
Manco, I'll
gave the
give the
space to you for
mic
like
right back
5
to you.
minutes.
Go
What's
ahead,
the
Doc.
chaos?
We need more chicks on the panel, I think. Doc, jump in, and then we'll go to Manco. Then I will
I
come
want
to you,
to. I want to
Cyrus.
come
Go ahead,
back.
Doc.
This is not an expression of the Monroe Doctrine in any way, shape, or form. It's not defensible what was done to Argentina. All they did is they took out the top man. They left Maduro's lieutenants in charge, and they're taking the oil that properly belongs to the Argentine people for their benefit.
Venezuela.
Okay, the Monroe Doctrine never said we're going to go in and conquer countries and take their natural resources without a political process. Argentina is not allowed to
Venezuela.
Venezuela, excuse me, is not allowed to elect their own leaders, and they haven't been. We just got a new dictator there after what Trump did. Right? It's us. We're doing it illegally. So for whoever it was who was commenting that this is justified in the Monroe Doctrine, it's simply not. It's two different things.
I said it's not, Doc. I said this does not fit under the threshold for the
Yeah,
Monroe Doctrine to be enacted.
this is straight theft.
I'm in 100%. I'm in 100% agreement. I'm really liking your commentary
It's
recently.
straight theft is what it is, and it should not serve as the moral justification for the attack on Iran and the regime change in Iran, because there was no regime change in Venezuela. We just took out one guy. It's the same regime. It's the same comparison to what's happened in Iran, where the senior Ayatollah was killed and now his son has taken over. The regimes are the same. So please excuse me if I have no tolerance for these ridiculous questions about who it is that America should go take out next, or what justification there is, because there is none for what we're doing in Iran and around the world. It's ridiculous. It's a betrayal of the founding fathers and patriotic Americans who voted for Trump, depending on his promises that there'd be no new wars and he would treat Americans first.
Well said, Doc.
Spot on, Doc. Manco, to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just wrapping up with you, Beatrix, where I was saying, look, is it a matter of the tactic,
Nobody
or is
wraps
it a
up
matter?
with me, Manco. Nobody wraps up with me, but go ahead.
Yeah, just wrapping up what I was saying. You can talk as much as you want, obviously, but is it a matter of the tactics
Wait, that's
that
not
you have a
obvious.
problem with?
Don't try
Meaning,
and administer that.
okay, sorry. It's I guess it's up to Suleiman if you talk, Beatrix. So, first, is it a problem of the tactics of the U.S. going in and using the military to snatch someone, put them in prison, etc., or is it just who they were doing it to? So, for example, let's say there was a big falling out between Trump and Netanyahu, and he actually sent in SEAL Team 6, grabs Netanyahu, drops him off at The Hague over there in Europe,
So,
and they put him
Manco,
on
I'll
trial.
answer
Like,
your
is that
question. I
okay?
don't need the example. I'll answer your question. It's not that I'm defending Maduro, right? It's the fact that I'm done with this Western foreign policy. And then when I say Western, I'm not just talking about America. I'm talking about us. I'm talking about Europe, what we do across Africa. You know, we loot, we rape, and we pillage countries. We tear them apart. We've done it across the Middle East. We've done it across Africa. Our chickens are coming home to freaking roost here. The King's speech yesterday was, yeah, we're going ahead with digital ID. We've got a protest. We've got a couple of protests this weekend, and I've just literally seen the police say we're going to be administering facial ID across all of those protests, right? Our chickens are coming home to roost. Palantir's all over our health data. This is horrific. And I have no right to complain because I know what my country's foreign policy has been. So what I'm saying is, as a point of principle, if we want something from a country, do the honest thing, pay them, trade with them. This looting and pillaging, we'll just go in, we'll grab their leader, we'll take their leader out, and then we've got open access to their resources. We'll give it all to the big oil corporations that's actually going to pay me and my family and Kushner and everybody else, because if Kushner and Witkoff will go into all these trade deals, we're going to earn billions, and the Americans can suffer and pay their extra in at the diesel, at the pump and stuff. It's unacceptable now, Manco. I didn't realize this, right? But somebody mentioned it, Johnny mentioned it on our space a couple of days ago, where he was talking about the price of diesel. And then last night I got a phone call from someone who, funnily enough, was going to fill up a diesel car. And I said, listen, what is the diesel price now? And he said, just before this war started, it was £1.30. And he said, now it's £1.88. And he says it's making a massive difference on my tank. Now, this guy can afford it, but a lot of people will not be able to afford that. And no one's addressing these issues. And you know what? Whilst nobody's addressing these issues for the average person, the oil companies and our leadership and our billionaire class are raking it in. This is what our foreign policy has resulted in. Where's all that oil going from Venezuela that's being looted? It's not coming to the American people. They're not reaping any benefits for it. That's my point, Manco. It's not about a specific leader. And when you say, oh, you know what, if there was a leader I didn't like, do I want them to grab him? I would want them, if America, right, had let international law apply truly and said to the European countries, look, you know what? You listen to us. Let's do some good here. No flight pass for Netanyahu from Israel. None whatsoever. That's what we should have done. But we didn't do that. We gave him safe passage again and again and again. It's disgraceful. The guy belongs in The Hague. That's my point. Andy, jump in.
Yeah, it's absolutely disgraceful. I mean, Netanyahu's 7 visits in 13 months, and he's a wanted war criminal. And it's just it's a humiliation ritual. He's like, international law doesn't apply. He commits war crimes, and he comes over here. And Trump, when asked about Americans' economic situation, he says, "Oh, I don't really think about Americans' financial situation. I just think about stopping Iran from getting a nuke." And Iran, before this war started, offered a good nuclear deal, but Benjamin Netanyahu was like, "No, we want to go for a regime change and degrade their ballistic missiles." And then all of this, Iran still has most of their ballistic missile capabilities intact. So what this war didn't accomplish their objectives. And if there's no deal, this economy is going to completely come crashing down. So the only way Trump could try to make a deal and save face, assuming Israel even lets him, which I highly doubt, will be if he somehow gets some type of Chinese investment in the U.S. and then or something, and then Trump accepts Iran's terms, and then Trump spins it to his base, like, look at all of these amazing investments we're getting in the U.S., except it will go for be towards some automated factories, and it won't even benefit American workers. But his supporters will just see it as, oh, look, China's investing, they're bending the knee, and his supporters won't actually look into the finer details of it. That's the only way I could possibly see a deal being made where Trump could say, oh, we got something out of it, when it really doesn't actually benefit the American people much. But yeah, again, though, there's still the Israel factor. Like, Benjamin Netanyahu was able to force him into this war. So you think he's just going to allow Iran to get sanctions lifted and charge tolls without another round of bombing? I just don't see that happening. Like, that's the problem. Like, because this isn't just Trump negotiating. Israel has to get what they want out of this.
Yeah,
Yeah, and did you know what? I don't think Netanyahu forced him into it. Netanyahu wanted this for a very, very, very long time, right? No denying that. And Netanyahu wants it to be all out kinetic even now, literally right now. But I don't think he was forced. I think Trump's making a lot of money on this. The longer that Strait of Hormuz is closed, the more money he makes. And I think that's the thing. And I think, Cyrus, you said the Chinese are very smart. They're shrewd. They are really shrewd. And I would much rather see a more prosperous America. I'm not concerned about China's progress and prosperity. I literally am not. So it's not that I'm rooting for China over America. I'm arguing because I'm rooting for America, but I just think that there's just so much that needs to be sorted out and corrected there. There's so much that has to change because we're in a different world. We're in a different era. That's all it was.
Beatrice.
Absolutely, Beatrix.
Hey, Cyrus, let me jump in real quick. Beatrice.
Absolutely. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. About Netanyahu versus, let's talk Netanyahu, Maduro. Who has outstanding charges at the ICC right now, Maduro or Netanyahu? I mean, just drop the mic there, Beatrice. Absolutely right.
And Beatrix, going back to a couple of your
Oh my
points.
God, stop praising us so much, guys.
Go. You want to go, Salema?
No, go, brother, go.
No, he's just saying, don't praise me. He's just saying, Cyrus, this, you know what? He can't take anything right. You know what? I found this thing. I found this picture yesterday, right? So I sent it to him. And this morning he was just like, well, whatever, don't send me stuff like that. And it was like, Finland's been voted the happiest nation in the world for however many years running. I can't remember how many years was. And then there's a picture of all the chicks that lead Finland. And it says at the bottom, and you know why, because who's leading Finland? So I sent that to him because he believes no chick should be in politics and no chick should have a position of power. So he doesn't like anybody saying anything nice about me, Cyrus. So don't say anything nice, but go ahead.
Well, don't send him newsreels that don't fit his narrative. It's a man's world. Have you not been paying attention? But back to your point, Beatrix. So I don't think that the EU and the great European powers, namely France, the UK, and Germany, finally wanting to chart their own path. It's that the U.S. abandoned them, right? And now they're like, hey, the Ukraine war is your problem. Go for it. So Europe is quickly realizing, wow, the U.S. is not such a steadfast ally after all. Germany, especially, is really gearing up. They're the industrial base in Europe. UK is right there with them. France has fallen very behind. I think the UK is very safe as far as where they're geographically located, and in large, the Russia poses no threat to Western Europe. I mean, let's face it, they couldn't even roll over all of Ukraine. They're stuck in the first 20% of Ukraine. Nor do they have the desire. Russia has no desire for territorial expansion. Any reasonable and rational analyst in this field agrees on that, right? So anything else, it's just Russophobia, it's fear mongering, the same type of stuff that got us into the Iraq War, what's getting us into the Iran War, and what you mentioned about the Venezuela situation, Beatrix. The hypocrisy with all these actions come in where we always make a case that, oh, Maduro is an autocrat, look, his people are starving, or in Iran, oh my God, they killed 100,000 protesters, everyone's in disarray, they're miserable, they're in work camps. And then you go on YouTube and you look at Iran life, everyone's at cafes, they're relaxing, playing backgammon, playing chess at the cafe. No, there's nothing of the sort, right? So we're heavily propagandized, and unfortunately this liberal hegemonic worldview that we have to impose our beautiful democracy on everybody. It comes at the expense of truth, because by way of this fallacy, we have to trick our own citizens. Where so you create over time it becomes a police state that is heavily propagandized. Although yes, we still have a liberal democracy here, but we're geared for expansion and we're geared for warfare. So this is not a sound policy. And to kind of refute what Manco said, I don't think he's a realist, and certainly the U.S. is not a realist, right? If you're a realist, Israel and foreign influence on our country would not be ninth or eighth on your list, right? You'd be very aware of foreign influence on our country, how it's shaping our foreign policy. You said, who should we go get next? Who's an evil guy we should get? How about Al-Jilani? Not only we didn't go get them, we funded them. We funded al-Nusra. We trained them, gave them billions in weapons. They overthrew a secular leader, Assad, cut off a bunch of heads in the process, and now we're parading him in the White House. So let's start with the people that we're putting in power, like really nasty, vile people. Saddam Hussein was a product of the CIA. We were very close with him, and we pushed him into war with Iran to push our failed state policy. So these are not beneficial to the United States. A rational state actor that's a realist, like China, like Russia, like India, they don't go create chaos and destruction and create enemies just to push their narrative, right? To make sure that everyone's a communist or everyone's a Hindu or everyone's a Christian or everyone's a Democrat. That's not realist behavior. That this is insanity, and the results are there for you. Look at the Iraq War: 800,000 civilians dead, 6,500 U.S. soldiers dead, 20,000 limbs, 20,000 soldiers without limbs, paralyzed. Right? I mean, and mind you, all the enemies we've created. How do we look in front of the world? Hey, America's hell bent on killing Muslims. That's what it looks like to the Muslim world. Why are they killing so many Muslims? Right? Until we're off to killing communists or whoever the next boogeyman is. Right? So for our system to survive this very stupid system that we have, there has to be a boogeyman, right? China's not saying there's a boogeyman. Russia's not saying there's a boogeyman. They're not making us into some, ginormous enemy that's hell bent on their destruction. These are just not real truths. This is objective truth that we don't have any enemies that are hell bent on killing us on site. That just doesn't exist. So that's why this space is so important. Beatrix, Suleiman, you guys are fighting the good fight and you're carrying the torch. And today you were shadow banned again. It's done on the top bar where the trending streams are. So this is an active effort of the of the technocrats that are part of the system, right? So these technocrats can be curtailed. We have the Supreme Court, and I love the message Suleiman said earlier. Don't get complacent. We do have a choice. We do have a vote, right? So this idea that the technocrats have won, and we have 3 years till the global economy is handed over to the elites, and you have 3 years to invest. This is nonsense, right? We have indefinite time as long as our countries maintain power. In this case, the United States, UK maintains a lot of power. We're trying to maintain power and not act belligerently and hurting other people, and cooperating with folks and building a cooperative world where we can engage with China constructively, and we can engage with Vietnam how we're doing with everybody, right? That's the world order we built, and we're acting in contradiction to it, and it's coming to a huge detriment to America, because part of being a great power is your brand. You have a brand name and a reputation, right? We have destroyed the American brand. No one sees us as the good guys anymore, right? You have to be, on drugs to think that we're doing good things, right? We are not doing good things, and it needs to stop, and it will immediately have substantial benefit that is measurable to the United States and to the world. I'll end it there. Thanks, Suleiman. Beatrix, thank you.
That's okay. You're welcome. I want to read something out really quickly. Washington Post has just come out with this, and I'll come to you, Manko. But what I will say to you, Cyrus, is that in the same way, I say that I want the best for America, but America should not be at the behest of Israel. Europe and UK should not have been at the behest of America. And that's why I say they deserve everything they get. Honestly, this region's really struggling. So these sanctions that were put on Russia, all Russia did was it sold its oil to India. India put a massive markup on it and sold that same oil back to us in America. And our government bought it at a higher price, the same sanctioned oil, but as long as they could say they were buying it from India, not from Russia. How stupid is that? How pathetic is our government? And now they don't know what to do with the Russia problem because it's on their doorstep. Well, you know what? You should have thought of that before you actually engaged in warfare at the behest of another country instead of looking after your own people. So let me just read this. The Washington Post has said this. They said, China is gaining strategic advantages from the Iran war, according to a confidential US intelligence report. The assessment says Beijing is benefiting diplomatically, economically, and militarily while the US expends resources in the conflict. And the key findings from this US intelligence report says China sold weapons to Gulf countries during Iranian attacks. I didn't know that, right? But to Gulf countries. Beijing helped countries manage energy shortages after Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz. The war depleted US missile and defense stockpiles, raising concerns about readiness for a Taiwan conflict. China is studying US military operations and using anti-war messaging to portray America as destabilizing. I told you they were shrewd. They do not play it straight, right? Analysts say that the conflict is improving China's global influence and weakening US standing with allies. Literally everything we've been talking about, and that has just come out from the Washington Post. Let's go to Manko. Manko, jump in.
So one of the things that Cyrus was talking about is messaging about like, oh, the US is the bad guy and it's the US versus the Muslims. And this is old sort of global war on terror rhetoric that is completely outdated and obsolete in this war, because this isn't Israel against the Muslim world. This is Israel and the UAE and Saudi Arabia and Bahrain and Qatar and Kuwait and most of Iraq against Iran. And that's the thing, is that by being so aggressive, I know everyone makes excuses for Iran, but by being so aggressive in attacking the UAE, Iran pushed all of these Gulf states into the arms of Israel. There were news reports recently, I saw this within the last 24 hours, about how Israelis went to the UAE and brought them Iron Dome and brought them advisors and help and started working with them and cooperating with them in order to help defend them against Iran. Iran is pushing all of these countries when Iran could have taken a very different strategy and could have tried to cooperate with these countries against Israel, instead pushed all of these countries into the arms of Israel. So it is not Israel against the Muslim world. It is Israel joining with most of the Muslim world against a minority actor, Iran and its proxies. And it's really put Iran into a very bad position where it is getting ganged up on by a lot of other countries. And I think that's something that was a massive strategic misstep. And one of the results of this is that it's actually Israel lost so much of its sort of international credibility because of what it did to Gaza. And it is rehabilitating Israel greatly by being able to cast it in the role of like a sort of defender of a lot of these Muslim countries.
Yeah, Manko, I was speaking about the GWAT, the Global War on Terror. The whole messaging there was, Islamic radicalism. Oh, we're trying to say that Saddam was helping Al Qaeda. All of that was written on the back of creating this, specter of this, Islamic boogeyman, right? That, oh, we're going to have terrorists blowing themselves up on, buses on Main Street, USA, right? So certainly we were heavily propagandized. And those countries you noted, none of those are Islamic countries. They are sheikdoms and those sheiks at the
What are you
top.
talking
You
about?
should see
Saudi
that
Arabia? Saudi Arabia is the #1 Muslim country. It is like the capital of the
they're not.
Muslim
You, you,
faith.
you have a misunderstanding of what Saudi Arabia is. It is a kingdom. It's a sheikdom, and they had a agreement with the Wahhabi clergy to give them the religious authority so they can maintain Mecca and not be seen as this debaucherous state, while as where the monarchy is doing like they are doing the most debaucherous things. I'm not going to get into it, but they're famous for it, right? So these are not Islamic countries run by Islamic values, right? So they don't
Well, they're not
represent the Islamic world.
theocracies, but they
Yeah,
are
and
Islamic
you realize
countries.
the Arab street, right? That's why you had the Arab Spring. That's why all these monarchies were super scared, because the Arab street, it doesn't want to see their governments provide bases to countries that go into Iraq and kill 800,000 people. The Arabs don't like that. The Muslims don't like that. And I'm looking at this as an outside observer. I'm not like, there's no religious context here for me. I'm looking at it that I saw the ramp up of Islamic phobia in the mainstream media. I saw how the Arab street reacted. You could just hear how they talked about the Iraq war. They were absolutely appalled. They're like, oh my God, why are so many people dying? Why are they shooting tank shells into apartment blocks? Why are those kids cut in half? Right. So we didn't see much of that in the West, but they saw it every day in their news networks. So this notion that it's the Islamic world against Iran, it's nothing like that. These are vassal states that are beholden to the United States. These are outposts. These are not real nations. They don't have a history. They're not like China. They're not like Iran. They're not like Russia. Right? These are real nation states. These countries are not real. These are formed in the 50s. So you should check your definitions.
Iran
These
was
don't
formed
constitute.
in 1979, dude.
They've had a continuous governance since antiquity. They're the oldest country in the world is Iran. So your definitions are wrong. You're a lawyer. You're not you're not a historian. You're not a international relations person. And from an academic level, your
Yeah,
definitions are
but
wrong.
what I do in
If you
international relations as a hobby, I still get somehow better informed than you do.
you're not taking it as a serious hobby, right? So if you sit across someone like Professor Pape or any even people 2 levels below him, they'll be giving you the same pushback as I'm doing. Your logic is not grounded in international relations theory. That you are moved by
I
zealotry. You're moved
understand
by Trump.
international relations theory a lot better
You're
than
moved by
you. That's why
ultranationalism.
I was able to
And
explain to you what realism is, and you misuse the term.
no, you don't understand what realism is. That's why you're misusing it. I understand the term clearly. I know the various types of realism. It's not just one type. You prescribe to liberal
No,
hegemony.
first
You
of
want to
all,
wave the flag.
there is one type of realism. That is what realism is, a very straightforward kind of concept. Liberalism, which is what you were actually promoting earlier, is the like enemy ideology of realism in international relations, and I'm completely against it. That's why I was saying you were contradicting yourself.
Yeah, there's no contradiction there. And there's many types of realism. You have classic realism, you have offensive realism, you have defensive realism. There's some
Look,
other offshoots. So
academics can make up everything they want, but realism is a very simple
it's more.
concept, so there wouldn't be multiple types in any kind of like common sense world. So
These
I don't
theories
go and
shape
read
the
a
world
bunch
we're
of
in.
random academics who like to make things up. I understand how realism works very well. And I
Yeah,
did
these
study
academics
all
predicted the
this stuff
future, right?
back in the
These
1990s
academics,
when I was in
you're
school,
so off base.
but I've been out of school for a long time. How am I off base,
Clearly.
dude?
Okay,
Let's have the conversation
let
instead of
me
you just denying everything.
let me just give some news, and then I'm gonna go to Gigi. I don't know. This is Reuters reporting this, right, guys? This will make Manco happy. I'm not sure if it's real or not. By the way, guys, I'm just gonna read it. So this is coming out of Reuters, and they're quoting the State Department. And they're saying that Marco Rubio, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi ahead of the Trump-Xi summit in Beijing. So before Trump and Xi's meeting, they had a meeting, Marco Rubio and the Chinese Foreign Minister, and they have agreed that the US and China have agreed, it says that no country should charge shipping tolls in the Strait of Hormuz. This is coming out of the State Department, and that's what Reuters is saying is coming out of the State Department. So I haven't actually seen it come out of the State Department, but Reuters is saying the US and China have agreed that no country should charge shipping tolls in the Strait of Hormuz, according to the State Department. I guess they don't really class Iran as a country anyway, because they class it as a regime. So maybe it's fine for Iran to do it, given that it's a regime according to them. You know what I mean?
There was some earlier
But anyway,
news saying that Iran gave a waiver to a bunch of Chinese ships, so a bunch of Chinese ships got released to go through the Strait of Hormuz, which goes to show that until they made that decision, like in the last 24 hours, that they were normally subject to the tolls, so they couldn't get out normally. So they kind of made an exception. So clearly the tolls would apply to China, and China obviously isn't going to be in favor of that.
I don't know. I did see something like that myself on my timeline, which said that, you know, a bunch of Chinese ships managed to get through the Strait of Hormuz, but I didn't look into it in any detail, to be honest, as in, was that an exception or not? But I will have a look at it, Manko, because I did see something like that specific
I just
to
pulled it up.
Chinese ships
Yeah,
this
so
morning.
is from the Hormuz
Put it
letter.
in the put it in the purple pill for me to have a look at, please, because I did see it and that'd be interesting. Let's go to and welcome Ashkan. Let's go to
go out from the Strait of Hormuz before that. So either they were paying or there was some other agreement. But sorry, back to you.
yeah. Let's go to just put my phone on charge. Let's go to Gigi. Gigi, jump in. And if you put that in Manko and Purple Pill, we can talk about it.
Yeah, just
go
send
ahead,
it to you,
Gigi.
Beatrice.
Hi, I just want to tell Manko to please take a trip to Europe, go and sit in a
Never.
coffee shop. No, listen to me.
I hate
Please,
Europe.
let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. And tell the coffee shop person you're American. 2 years ago, people wouldn't mind. 5 years ago, they would like it. Right now, they may not even serve you. Go to Spain and try to get a paella or whatever. Go to Italy and order a cappuccino. Manko, people like you that voted for Donald Trump and continuously supporting him after they realized that he's really against American and he's in there for himself to enriching himself, and that's all there is. People like you that come to these spaces and hear people telling you what happened in 1953 in Iran, how the coup d'etat happened, how the same sort of coup d'etat happened in Venezuela a few months ago. People like you that still comes and defend that, and they're smart like you, educated. These people completely ruined the brand of America. America is ruined in Europe. Try to go and see.
Why do you think that is,
try
though?
and talk.
Why do you think
Sorry?
the Europeans do not like Americans right now?
Why? Because, first of all, because Europeans are more invested into real news. Even if even if you listen to France 24, for example, which is supposed to be a propaganda, but they kind of, because the people of Europe are more truth seeking and more educated than American have wonderful university, but public of US are really illiterate. They don't follow the news. They just see some of the news. They're more into Hollywood type of the news, but Europeans are not like that. When you go to a coffee shop, people talk. What happened in Gaza? They
What
see those
percent of
pictures.
American women do you think have a college degree? If you just had to guess off the top of your head, what percentage do you think?
I don't want to guess because I'm not in a guessing game, but I know it's much less than.
I mean,
First of all,
you think we're illiterate, so like, how many do you think have
no,
college degrees?
no. But having a college degree doesn't make you literate. It makes you good
I mean,
at
I
what you
think
did
you
in
need to be
college and
literate to get a
finished.
college degree. I'm going to have to disagree with you on that one.
Manko, to be intellectual and to know what's happening in the world is a different completely.
I think she means informed.
So,
Informed.
yes, thank you.
Manco.
Informed. Informed. European are more informed because they're interested. But American, because they're so much into themselves, like you, and they think they're the best, like you, and they think that America is first and they're first, like you. They don't even pay attention to what's happening in the other side of the world. You think it's a good thing that your president went and hijacked another president from Venezuela and changed the regime in his view, which is not, and take all the oil. You think because you think it's America first and you're first, that's okay. But you don't think of all those people that are poor and they cannot pay for their everyday meal in Venezuela.
Do you understand that because we did regime change in Venezuela, it's going to make the lives of everyone there better versus what they would have been under the prior regime?
Well, this is your take. I don't. I most of those oil will go to the pocket of Donald Trump himself.
No, the oil doesn't
Jared
even
Kushner.
matter. The fact that they're not going to be sanctioned anymore, the fact that they're going to have lots of foreign direct investment from American companies coming in there to help build up their country, all of these things we know from many historical examples massively improve the economies of these countries. So being a friend of America generally has a big economic benefit, which is why in Venezuela, you're going to start to see in the coming years a big improvement in their GDP per capita as there's more investment and more jobs being brought there by America. We already started to see more investment. There was, before the Maduro thing happened, the oil companies said Venezuela was uninvestable. Now they've changed their tune. And if it happens in Cuba, you're going to have a revolutionary change in the Cuban people where it's going to go from an extraordinarily poor country to a country that rapidly catches up with like a European standard of living, probably within like 10 years.
Manco, the reason Cuba is so poor is because of all the sanction and all the
because we don't
restriction
trade with our
that
enemies.
was.
That's what sanctions
Yeah,
are, is we say, if
the
you hate us
reason
and you
Venezuela
want to kill us, then we're not
and
going to
if
sell you stuff or buy your
yeah
stuff. So once
and
that
if
changes, it's going to help
okay
them a lot.
and you think that's correct that you
Yeah,
if
of
they're not
course.
doing
Why wouldn't
no
it be?
and then when in your view when you liberate them like Venezuela, you take all their asset and just throw them some pieces of
We
thing
don't
here
take
and
it. We
there.
pay for it. It's part of international trade. It's not like Trump is driving the boat over there, loading the oil in the back, and they're just driving away like a thief in the night. These are economic transactions between companies. They're taxed. There's a whole bunch of commerce going on here.
Well, I can't. You don't see it. Unfortunately, you really don't see what you're talking about. So I cannot convince you, and I don't have enough time
No,
to
I mean, you
waste
can
my
give me
time
one
and the rest of
example
the
of how
people.
this is
No,
bad,
just
like how it's
well,
bad for the US
I'm
to
just
look out for
telling you.
ourselves.
I'm telling you, in my experience, in my country, my birth country, Iran, in 1953, you did a coup d'état. And you took our oil for years and years after. And
We
when
did not
people
do
got
a coup
frustrated,
d'etat in your
I mean,
country. It was not America that did
okay,
that.
it was America that did that. Go and check your declassified file from CIA. I'm
Yeah, I
sorry.
have. I've read
I
every
have a
single file and
family
they
to
don't say
feed
that.
and a dinner to cook. I don't have time to educate you on that. But I encourage you to go and read more, and don't think that you are the center of the world.
Manco, that 1953 is a known fact. It's called Operation Ajax. You can learn all about. Everybody knows. America's even admitted. I don't know what dude. You're just like you're so frustrating talking to you because there's like no
Well,
point
this
in
is the
talking to you.
problem, is that like the fact that America might have some like small role in something, then all the foreigners are like,
No, it's not
aha,
a
I see
small
one
role.
fingerprint. That means it was all them. And that's the only causative agent. And it wasn't that America had one
It's just
small role in a
you're
much
just
bigger
like
thing that wasn't about
You know what
America.
you are?
It's that it all has to
like
be America. And
you're like
that's
the
where you're
Captain
wrong. It's
America of like
nonsense. It's
spaces.
crazy.
You're just here to
Like,
like
you
pump
guys think America is
we're
so
the
powerful?
best.
How can you guys ever
Dude,
even, you guys should all
you're
bend
like
the
not
knee
a
to
real
us
person.
because you think we're so powerful that if we don't like you, we're just going to snap our fingers and do a coup in your country. In fact, why don't we do that right now? Why do we even have to
you
do this
tried.
war?
You
If
Well,
we have the
this is
tried.
power to
a
go
one
and
You
do
second.
coups
tried. You
wherever we
couldn't
Ashkan,
do
want,
it
why didn't we
Ashkan,
just
1 second.
solve the problem of Iran by doing a coup?
Well, it shows
because
the
you
failures.
couldn't.
Ashkan, I
You
want to.
tried.
Ashkan, I want to keep this academic because I feel like you just. I get it, you're annoyed by him, but I'm going to bring Joe in because Joe is going to debunk the point about Operation Ajax. But just before Joe comes in and debunks that, I mean, this is a fallacy that you're saying, Manko, which you know that just because America has failed in that ability now, when actually that's what it is. It's well known within like intelligence that the only reason you would need, well, not only reason, but a lot of times you end up needing war when intelligence fails and intelligence operations fail. So yeah, in the past, America was a lot more proficient in coups. And over time, they've become a lot worse at it. And obviously, sporadic, where sometimes it's been successful and sometimes it hasn't. It's like saying, for example, Venezuela. If Trump could go and take the president, why doesn't he do it in Iran? Well, he succeeded in Venezuela, but didn't succeed in Iran. But anyway, I'm gonna bring in Joa for the pushback because I know Joa loves talking about of it, Operation Ajax. Go ahead, Joa.
Now, I'll go a little bit broader, Suleiman, because I have a theory, right? Most of the people up here consider Manco intelligent, right? But I keep hearing things that are ridiculous, like most of us do, and then constantly gets disproven almost every night. Like
Hold on,
example,
hold on. He
hold on,
brought
let me
you up to
finish.
talk
Let me
about
finish.
facts, and it's clear that where you're
I am
going with
clear.
this is
I am
everyone thinks
clearly,
Menko's smart, but
I
I'm
am
here to tell
clearly
you
going.
he's stupid,
I'm
and that's
going
just
to.
personal attacks. He told you not to do that.
It's not. It's not personal attacks. It's the last
It
night
is.
or two
You're
nights
just
ago.
trying to call me stupid,
Two
Joa.
nights
So
ago.
just
No,
go
no.
ahead and
I'm not going
talk
to call you
about the
stupid.
facts and
I
the history
promise.
and all your stuff
Can I actually
instead of just
speak?
trying to make it
Manko,
personal.
if you refer to him as Jonah, I've got your back, Manko, but you called him Joa, so I can't have your back.
Look, here's the problem. Just the other day, we were talking about how the oil after Operation Ajax, 80% of it was going to America for free. Manco, you pushed back and said that's not true, and then you
Yeah,
typed something
and I
real
was
quick. And hold on, can I
100%
finish? Can
right.
I
And
finish?
I pulled up a bunch of
All right,
What
sources and
Manko, you need to
everything.
let him finish. Manko, you
you
keep interrupting. You have to actually let him finish the point. Like this is just like you've interrupted him. Poor old Joe is
you
not even
yeah
allowed to make a point. Go ahead, Joe.
you literally had
It's not called Joa. He came up and he attacked Manko
Oh my
Beatrix.
God.
and
Chill.
completely
Oh my God, disavow
disavowed
Beatrix
Jonah's
and
attack.
Mancon. Joe, don't blame her, right? I know you'll be thinking, whoa, what's going on here? But you have to remember, you know, when people leave a kind of, you have to remember she's a 2000 Marga spaces and sometimes the residue's there. Sometimes the
Yeah,
residue's there, but go
it's
ahead, Joe.
still in there. You could take the woman out of MAGA, but you can't take MAGA out of the woman. That's the problem.
All right, Mr. East Israel
All
supporter,
right.
go ahead.
So here, just the other night, we were talking about 80%. 5 different people came up, even one that was specialized in oil and gas, and came up and we showed, and we actually posted in the comments the proof that 80% was given to the US. That's just not how it works. They don't pay for the oil that they're digging up from the ground. They they dig it up and then they gave Iran 20%. That's it. 80% of it they got for free, right? Or they used the machines to take it out. So here's the problem: is then you went and to AI to go get answers and go look, and you're like, it says here this and it says here that. And what's happening is the rise of the artificially intelligent, which is what I think Mancos is, right? Because he comes up and says things that regime change creates a better world for what's going to happen in Venezuela. It's going to be better. Manco, since you want to type, please type. Ask AI which countries after regime change since the 50s, for example, since the 50s that US has done have turned out better for the people. And you know what answer you're going to get? Germany, right? Because it never winds up better for the people. Do you understand? It never winds up better for the people. No regime change that America does winds up better. And
Wait,
Germany
what about all
wasn't
of the
even supposed
Asian
to be a regime
countries?
change.
Like every Asian country we did, Japan,
Vietnam
South
turned out worse.
Korea,
Japan
Taiwan.
was under. Yeah, I can finish. Okay. Japan for a decade was under our control, was not prospering, right? They were actually almost went into a famine. Same thing as South Korea. Vietnam never recovered, right? From where they were, right? So all over and over and over, it does never gets better. Do you understand? It goes in, and until America leaves and gives them their freedom, then things might start to turn around. Problem is they wind up never leaving if there's resources, right? So in Venezuela right now, all that oil, all that money that oil generates, that's not going to Venezuela. That's actually going to a Jewish man in New Jersey who has a fund who bought the rights through Citgo to every single drop of oil that they produce at a 20% discount. He has first right of refusal. Do you understand that? He bought that in December, in early December, he bought Citgo. Right? That's not going to Venezuelan people. How's the Venezuelan people going to be better now? With what money? I'm asking. It's a question. It's a real question. Or you can't type it up fast enough in AI. You tell me.
No, listen. You said, how is Venezuela going to be better off? I already explained that.
No, how? They're not getting the oil money, so how are they going to be better?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. And
no, they're not.
I have to look up again what the what that exact deal was, because I remember we had this conversation before, and I had to look this up. But I think it's Paul Singer or something is the one that you're talking about.
Paul Singer, who owns now Citgo, who he bought in December.
Yeah, no,
it wasn't that.
Every
single drop of oil.
He doesn't actually own the Venezuelan oil. It was something having to do. It was a legal thing that they bought.
He owns the rights to the
having
oil.
to do with American
right
courts and stuff. I have to look up exactly what it was, but it's not what you're characterizing. It's not like he bought the Venezuelan oil company.
No, he did not buy the Venezuelan oil company. He bought the rights to the oil, first right of refusal, for it to go to his refinery at a 20% discount. And guess who's mining the oil? It's not Venezuela. It's going to be America and China, right? That money is not going to Venezuela. The same way that after Operation Ajax, that money was not going to Iran, right? That is the problem. And this is what always happens. And you just came up here and said that, revolution helps the people. The people are more free and then develop. That's not what happens. Go look at the history of Japan after we took over. Go look at South Korea after we took over. Go look at their actual mean income still in South Korea. It's abysmal. It's abysmal for a country that's that developed.
Yeah, okay. I found out what the details of what it was. So when he bought Citgo is the U.S. subsidiary of Venezuela's
the artificially
oil company.
intelligent.
Okay.
There you go.
No, I'm not.
Yes, it is.
See, this is the thing, is it's so obnoxious to deal with someone like this. You don't know what I'm looking at. I'm not looking at artificial intelligence, dummy. I'm
calling you artificially intelligent.
I'm
calling you artificially intelligent.
And the first result that came up talking about the details, which I'm now remembering because I don't memorize every little factoid of every little thing, is just some article by Common Dreams, which is a libtard organization because it's an anti-Trump hit piece, but it does actually talk about the deal. So I'm looking at an article right now, not Google, not AI.
And read it.
So anyway,
and read it.
What it is Citgo's the U.S.-based subsidiary, so obviously Venezuela doesn't have any oil in the U.S. But the problem with that subsidiary is that it wasn't really worth much of anything because there's a lot of litigation and stuff against it in U.S. courts that was making it in a distressed situation where
and the judge
they came in
and the judge forced the sale of it
to
this man, although there was a higher bid.
Yeah, the reason that the liberals got all mad about this is because they think this guy, because he's like a Trump donor and stuff, had insider information, because if the Venezuela regime changed to no longer be an enemy of the United States, then the value of this subsidiary could potentially increase greatly because it would no longer be under sanctions and everything and have all these negative legal troubles. So that's what they were talking about. But they don't actually own any oil in Venezuela or have anything in Venezuela.
No, they don't
own. It's just a subsidiary.
I never said that. I said they have first right of refusal to the oil at a 20% discount. Right? But that's not even the important part. The important part is who is going to explore the oil? Who's going to extract it? Is it Venezuela? No, it's not. It's American and Chinese companies who are going to extract it. China, because they had already invested $2 billion in helping Venezuela extract their oil, but now that's getting changed. And what they're going to do is American companies are going in, Chevron is another one's going in, and they're going to extract it, and they are going to pay back China for the investment that they put in. So now that it's going to US, do you understand? That is not going to
But the
Venezuela. The same thing
companies,
that happened in Iran.
the American
So if
companies
you
that go
can, please
in
go Google some more
to
and you'll go
It's
see the
you know
rest.
what, Joa, how do you get your information?
I research stuff and then I cite. That's
Exactly.
why I
So
don't
then
speak
why
on
are
every
you like
single
trying to
subject up
mock
here.
me and say, "Oh my God, your research is AI, your research is Google"? But that's exactly what you do, Joa. So like it's
Yeah,
so
but I don't
weird.
do
Like,
it
why are
while
you
I'm
trying
on
to
a
make a double
space
standard here? We all have to
because I
get
don't do it while I'm
information
on a.
from the
I don't
internet
do
like
it
everyone else.
while I'm on a. I
You're
don't
not
do it while
driving
I'm
to a
on the space.
library and reading books to do your research.
You're correct. But I'm also not doing it while I'm on the space and speak about it and then go check to make sure I'm right. And
And
most
Yeah,
of the
because
time
I
you go
don't
and
care
check and you're
about the
wrong.
sicko stuff. Like this is
So
this
then
is
why
a big
speak on
talking
it?
point for liberals, which
Why
is
say,
what you are. So of course you're gonna like be much more familiar with the argument. I have to go familiarize myself with the argument because like I don't care about this. This is not. It doesn't have any political
with
relevance to me. The reason it has
and
relevance is
with
because it's
the
used
liberals?
in as an
problem.
attack on Trump.
That's the problem, Manco, because every time anyone tries to have a conversation with you, you're not even listening to them. You're Googling stuff or you're
No, I
chat
listen to people all
GBT,
the time.
whatever.
But if
And
people are
no,
just like
because you didn't
ranting
even
about me,
answer
I'm not
Joa.
gonna like be
You didn't
giving them
even
my full
answer
attention.
the question Joa asked you. This is not a you're not having a conversation. You're just like saying your point and then you're doing your
Okay,
lawyer
look,
thing.
the
You're
way
just
that
coming back,
Venezuela
going
makes money,
researching,
like I
finding
said,
something,
is
coming back.
foreign direct investment. It means
You're not
American
having
companies
proper
going to hold on, let me answer your
conversations.
question. You told me to give an answer. American companies, now that Venezuela is not going to be sanctioned and not going to be considered an enemy of the United States,
Nobody
American
asked you to
companies
give
are
me
going
an
to take their
answer,
money,
dude.
their American money, and they're going to invest it in Venezuela, building facilities,
Yeah, and
doing things that increase production, and that's going to employ Venezuelans. It's going to bring a lot of money into the Venezuelan economy. And
You
when
have
the
can
no
oil is
idea what you're
Can
extracted and
talking
it's
Venezuelans
about.
sold, the Venezuelan
You have
government's
no
going to tax
idea what
that
you're
and make money
talking
from that
about,
too.
man.
But
can
you made the
Venezuelans give
point,
it to
man, Coach.
can
That
they
they
give it
wouldn't
to
be
Brazil?
destitute if there were no sanctions. The sanctions are illegal in themselves. The only reason they have problems is the
No,
sanctions. So we put in
sanctions are
sanctions,
And
just
they're
the
then
not
United
make
States
them
free.
saying we're not
make them
going
a
to
failed
trade with you if
economy,
you're our enemy.
and then go kidnap the president, right? You think that's a good idea? I mean, in whose world is that rational? You know
Yeah,
what I
And
mean?
he's
they're
our
not free
enemy
to
and we can
decide
do it.
who to give the
So
contracts.
And
They could
what
give it
makes
to
him our enemy?
Brazil,
What did
for
he do to
example.
make a threat directly on the United States that is an actual threat that can do us
so he
harm?
aligned himself
Venezuela can do
with
us no harm,
policies that are
right? How
anti-American.
are they a
That's how
threat?
it works.
Yeah, that's not how it works. So that
That
is
is how
a
it works. And you're
irrational world.
supposed to
That
be an international
that's where
relations
that's
guy.
your
How would you
world.
not know that's how it works?
Yeah, I'm an international relations guy that's well versed in international law, and this is
What
completely illegal. What the
international
U.S.
law?
did,
That's made up. There's no such thing as
it's not made up.
international law. There's like
It's a real
a
in your
few
world, in you
treaties
and
that
Trump's world,
people
right?
do generally
In you and
agree
Trump's
on,
world, it's like
but
that.
other
But
than
that's not the
that,
real world.
it's all just stuff people pulled out of their rear end.
Yeah, that's just not
The
simply how it
problem
works.
is if it was the way you said, Manco, Venezuela could decide to give it to Brazil. Brazil can actually bid higher than America and get the deal, but they can't do that. America sets what the conditions are, the same way they did in Iran. It is not a sovereign decision. It
Well,
is a
you're right.
decision that
We do have
America goes,
influence
hey,
now. You're right, Joa. We do
no,
have
it's not
influence over
influence.
Venezuela now, so we can
It's
tell them
it's
this is
not
how it's going
influence.
to work now.
Yeah, it's stealing oil.
It's not stealing because we're paying for it.
No, Manco, we're not paying the right price for it. We're not paying
Well,
full price
when
for it.
is China stealing Iran's oil when China pays less for it?
No,
Even if they were
that's
paying for
completely
it,
Oh,
different.
damn.
even if we were paying for it above market price, it's still completely wrong because we're imposing our will and taking away their right to self determination, and we're sanctioning them for it for them not being aligned with our worldview. That is inherently
Yeah,
wrong. That
because
goes
they made
against
the wrong choices
every
and they made
value
us
the U.S. stands
their
for. Right. So
enemy.
it's a
So,
hypocrisy.
you know,
What makes him an enemy?
you
That he's not an
oh
enemy.
my
He
God. Oh my God.
he is not an enemy.
Yes, they
You don't
are.
know the
And
definition of an
Venezuela
enemy.
was an enemy of the United States, and now that looks to be changing.
We were only an enemy because they wanted to sell oil in different currency,
No, they
and they
had.
wanted to
Did you
they
listen
wanted
to
to
anything Maduro
nationalize
or Chavez
they
said
wanted
for like
to
20 years? They
nationalize their
constantly
oil.
talked about how the United States was their enemy. What are you guys talking
Hey,
about?
they can say that
Why do
till they
you
turn blue. They
think?
have no ability to do any harm on us. A lot of countries have that rhetoric. That
Of
doesn't make them
course
an
we're
enemy.
the,
That we have
but
to
of course
fly
they were
in
the
and snatch
enemy.
up their president and his wife. You know how bad that looks. The optics of that. How like the precedent that sets. You don't see the damage. A lot of people a lot of politicians are voicing what we're saying. Only the Trump cronies share your position. So in the greater public, this is not a very welcome thing. I mean, you're trying to argue a point that very few hold. I mean, your position is based on zealotry,
No, and
based on
that's a fallacy.
ultranationalism,
That's first of all appeal to the
based on
majority, which is
primacy
not
and
even true because
exceptionalism.
you're wrong.
It's
And a
based on
majority do
exceptionalism.
not
You know,
side with you, and a
you're,
minority do not side with me. And that doesn't even matter anyway. It's fallacy. So
Manco, the only countries that get paid fair price don't even really get paid fair price. What happens is like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, things like that, they have a contract. Okay. And that contract basically stated you were going to price your oil in dollars, and in exchange, America is going to give you defense. Okay. That's the deal. Okay. So they have to buy the defense from America because it's not just given, and they have to price their oil in dollars. Okay, that's the deal. Any country who decides to sell oil not within that deal, okay, has had regime change. Okay, the only one
people use the
that has
reason the
been
dollar is the reserve currency is because everyone uses it for international
and
exchange,
why did yeah,
including
and then why
China,
did everyone use it?
including Russia. They were using dollars too until we cut Russia
Yep.
off from using them. And that made it a lot more
Hmm.
difficult for Russia. But outside of that, even China uses primarily dollars. Every country does because it's easier to, because dollars are what every other country wants. People don't want RMB when they do trade with China. They don't want to accumulate RMB reserves, but they do want to accumulate dollar
You
reserves
know
because
why?
it's much more
You know
fungible.
why? Why wouldn't they want to collect, the yuan, for example? The reason they don't
Because
is
they
because
don't trust
they
the
don't want to
currency that
invest.
they can actually use it. With dollars,
Right.
everyone places very high trust in the fact that dollars are going to maintain a roughly stable value and are going to be in high demand with all the other countries they want to trade with. So it's the obvious. That's why
Mancos,
we call it the reserve currency.
there was not a U.S. dollar reserve currency in 1944. Okay, that's when it started. Why did it start? Right, and I'll tell
Probably
you,
mostly
it
because of the
started
Marshall
because
Plan.
America said for Saudi Arabia, and this started more in the 70s. That's when it really took hold. Okay, this is why we were able to get off the gold standard in 71, was because we said you're going to price your oil in dollars, and in exchange, we're going to sell you U.S. defense. Okay, and if you don't, you know, then there's going to be a problem, basically. So what happened is all the countries that decided not to use it winded up getting attacked, winded up having regime change. Because if you have a system outside the dollar, okay, so for example, if I could buy oil in yuan, then I gladly would take yuan from China because then I'll just go use that to go buy my oil. But because I can't, right, which is 1/3 of the global economy is purchasing oil pretty much, because I can't use it for anything else and I don't want to invest in China's future, right, by buying their bonds, then I have nothing to use it on. So I can't take the yuan because there is no alternative system because America locked it up basically when it said all the biggest resource in the world needs to be priced in dollars so that everyone has a surplus of US dollars. And what are they going to do with that surplus of US dollars? They're going to buy the US bonds because they have nothing else to do with it because they have too much of a reserve, right? Because there's a surplus of trade. Right. That's why when you try to equalize things, you actually kill the dollar. So when you put on tariffs, you're actually killing the dollar. Right. So if there was no oil priced in dollars, there would be no US global reserve because people would be able to use their surplus in different currencies and buy oil in whatever currency they want. Right. This is how the US has controlled the global reserve and why, if any country like Venezuela and Iran, which was basically the two linchpins of the shadow exchange of trading in yuan and in other currencies, If you get rid of those, then there's no more threat to America in terms of the being the global reserve, right? But what do we do in exchange for that? We go and we take their oil. We take what's not ours and we go, hey, this oil is ours now. And not only that, Trump just posted yesterday a picture of Venezuela with the U.S. flag going 51st state, right? And you're like, oh no, that's good.
Yeah, that's amazing. What
I
are you
don't
talking about?
understand. Yeah, I don't understand how you're so against Israel, right? But you're cool if America does it.
Well, America isn't doing a genocide in Venezuela. We're going to be helping rebuild them. So that's totally different
But you said,
situation.
Mancos, you said it's amazing. What's amazing
We
about it?
don't
When
rebuild
the
them.
rest of the world looks at us as maniacs that are going into countries and then posting our flag that we trying to embarrass them and humiliate other countries. I mean, how is that awesome for America? Like you have to be able to explain
Cyrus,
that. Nobody
have
with a
you
logical
taken a
mind
trip
thinks that.
around the world and interviewed lots of people to find out what they think, or are you just speaking for all of them without knowing what you're talking about?
Manko, the problem is we have
So
historical
you don't
proof
like
here.
data and facts.
We
You
have
can
we
get
have
polls
Grenada,
across the
we
board.
have
You just don't.
Panama. Please, Cyrus. We have Grenada, we have Panama, we have Iran in 53, then we have Iran in 79, we have Guatemala, we have Chile, we have Congo, we have Vietnam, we have Iraq, we have Afghanistan, Libya, now Syria, and now Iran again for a second time. None of them ever winded up being better. And in a lot of them, it winded up being more murder of innocent civilians after America's involved. Especially in Chile. Chile is probably the most damning example where, he wound up killing 100,000 civilians that were against them. But the
Well,
Shah
Joe,
did the same thing.
yeah, let's get back to that thing you said about the 80% of Iran's oil was going to the United States. So I've read
Hmm.
about all sorts of stuff about what the deal was, how it was structured, everything. And in no way at any point in history was the United States getting 80% of anything. The percentage under the agreement of the allocation to US oil companies was 40% of the joint venture that Iran created. So I don't know where you're getting this 80%. It was 80% collectively for all Western countries, including the United States, the UK, and the UK was, I think, 40% by itself. And then the other 20% was something like, no, wait, it added up to a total of 80%, but it was like the US, UK, and like Dutch Royal Shell Company or something like that, and one other
I can
country.
give you the exact numbers
That's
because
where you can, yeah,
this is
sure,
what I've
you
been
could, but you
this
said
is
it
what
was
I've
the
been
US
following since
80%.
2012.
You said it was
Manko.
80% to the US. It was like a
It
fraction of
is.
that.
No, it's not, and I'll tell you why. I can cite it because I've been following this since 2012 because I think this is the linchpin of the wars to come. Right, like I knew Russia was going into Ukraine. They needed the warm water port, and to support it, they need fresh water from there. Blah blah blah, and that came from an article I read, which got me really interested in the rise of BRICS, and I've been following BRICS since then. Okay. And their deal in Iran was the only reason why Iran has 20%. It comes from the old deal it had with British Petroleum. Okay. The British Petroleum and the Iranian oil company basically had a deal together where it was 50-50. That's what it used to be. Okay. Before America got involved. Then when America got involved, it goes, no, you guys only represent 40% of the share of that oil now. Right. So that gives Iran 20% and British Petroleum 20%. The five major US oil companies get another 40%. And then the rest of it is like Royal Dutch and French, some French company as well.
Yeah, it was
Right?
Dutch and French for the 20%.
Right. And that's it. That's why Iran only gets 20%. That comes because
Okay,
of the
I
old
understand
deal with
your
British
position now.
Petroleum.
Okay, hold
Yeah.
on. So, yeah, the British were absolutely extorting the Iranians, and they had a horrible deal, and that was because it was like an
But it was
occupied
50-50.
area. It wasn't even I don't think they were getting 50%. That
It
Iran was
was
getting
50-50
50%.
with Britain.
Okay, I'd have to look at
There's
that
even
again.
an
I'm
old
pretty sure
video.
Iran got less during the period leading up to War II because they were militarily occupied and everything, and there was a lot of
There's even an
controversy
old
about that.
corporate video that shows why Britain wanted Palestine and why they were okay with sending the Jews there. was to maintain a disruption between the Palestinians and the Jews so that the oil could keep flowing from Iran. And it talks about this deal, about a 50% deal with British Petroleum. It's an old corporate video. I just saw it yesterday.
Okay.
I can probably
So
You
find it
mean
and put it in the
towards the
comments.
end? You mean towards
Joe,
the end,
Joe,
don't you,
that
Joy?
that that
Joy, you mean towards the
50-50,
end, right?
Yeah,
Joy?
towards the end.
Because I was saying at the
that
beginning it was was it 82-18 or 86-14 or something like that?
Towards the end, it was 50-50 with
Yeah,
British
no, I mean in the
Petroleum.
start. In the start, I
Yeah.
think it was 80. Was it 82-18 or 86-14? I can't remember now. One of them
It
two.
was, I
no,
don't remember the exact, but
no,
there was
with
like a fight, and that's when they decided to go into Palestine, and they didn't really win in Palestine, so then it ended up being 50-50.
no,
yeah, it
it
says
wasn't
under
really
the
50-50.
DRC
It
oil
was
concession,
50-50
Persia only
after.
got 16% for that period
Yeah,
of the
that's
British
more like.
occupation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
before.
because they said it was 50-50, but in reality, they would run it through all of England's taxes and everything, and company taxes and all those taxes, and pay the crown, and then they would separate, they would split that 50-50, so it ended up being like, yeah, like 16%.
It's
Yeah, and
possible.
that's
And you
as
can
of
argue, Ashcan,
1901.
you can kind of argue operating costs doesn't wind up giving you 50. Like there was a lot of gray there. It was a long time ago. So you can't tell, right, whether it was 50% of the profit and then that makes it 16 because of operating expenses. There's a lot of like, there
But
is no
that's not
clear source
operating
on,
expenses. That's like stealing in a different way. It's like not
yeah, you can
operating.
inflate operation costs, for example, right? But
Okay.
it had to do with that,
It's
which
still
isn't
stealing.
clear. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, because it
stealing.
was profits. So you can always do Hollywood accounting and basically make the profits look like almost nothing because you're like shoveling off the money in other directions. So Joa, I got what you said, what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Now let me explain where we got off, where we're like not meeting at the mines here. So you're right. 40% American, 40% Iranian / UK oil company, and then it was 14% Dutch, 6% French. However, that's ownership of the joint venture that was created by the consortium agreement of 1954. That
Right. And
consortium agreement,
when the shot got
hold
put
on,
in.
it's a joint venture.
Okay.
Iran then gets half of the profits from the joint venture, and the other half go to those percentages of those companies that you mentioned. So Iran was actually getting, if they have half of the Iran UK oil companies, so that's 40% allocation on the foreign side. So that means they're getting 20% of that. And then they're also getting 50% of all of the profits at the end. So that means they're getting 70% if you add in the UK oil companies on their share. If not, they're just getting 50%.
There is no, I don't know where you're getting the 50%. There's no such
Just
thing.
look up the consortium agreement of 1954, read about it, read about how it worked from 1954 to 1973. At 1973, the Shah said, hey, we don't want to do this anymore. We're just going to nationalize everything. And then they just took everything. And then the Iranian oil company owned all of the infrastructure from that point going forward. And the foreigners, in order to like not be super pissed off, they gave them concessions as far as like they got the right of first refusal to actually like bid on the oil and stuff like that when Iran sold it. But Iran had completely nationalized everything in 1973. So from 54 to 73, Iran was getting half of the joint venture. And the reason that they set it up that way is because it was modeled on a deal that was done with Saudi Arabia shortly before then. That's how it worked. So they were actually getting.
No, I'm looking it up right here,
And
and
it
it says
definitely
after
was
the
not
U.S.
going 80% to the United States under any like
No,
threat.
not you. I didn't say United States. I said the West. After the U.S. and Britain helped restore the Shah, Iran got its flack back on the oil, but none of the profit. The West got the oil business back. 40% to the British, 40% to U.S. Democracy removed, and the invoice was paid in crude. This is what basically what it said. There is no other 50%.
I don't know what
That
you're
never
reading there,
happened
but
after they put in
you're
the
not
Shah.
reading what the consortium agreement was or like how it worked financially.
I'm telling you how it actually worked. Like this is not the first time I'm looking at it. I've looked at this many, many times. There was never the 50% was never done. The reason why
Yeah, it
you can
was.
argue
I mean, you
20%
can,
is because of the half
here's
of
the
the
thing,
British.
Joa, like there's economic statistics that show what the Iranian government's oil revenues were from the oil from 1954 up through the 1970s. And
Mhm.
they were getting a lot of oil revenue, and it was because they were getting the 50% share of the joint venture. That's where it was coming from.
It was only 20%, dude. I'm telling you.
It is, there's like, if you just look up, you could look up like 20 different sources. They all say this.
I'm literally looking it up as we're speaking, and
Unless
it
it's
keeps
like the
telling me
Iranian government's
the West
official
got
Ministry of
80%.
Propaganda. I don't know what source is telling you
No,
that.
I've literally asked 3 AIs, right? I literally asked
Okay,
3 AIs,
then did
and what
you ask
happened
Grok?
was
Is
with
that
the
one of the,
Shah.
is Grok one of the AIs? Because if
No,
it's
I
Grok, you
use
can just,
ChatGPT, I use Claude.
if you use Grok, you can just copy paste the link into the purple pill and we can look at it because let me see. Wait, I can pull up a Grok
Yeah,
link that talks about this.
Iran received a 50% profit split on paper, but the West oil companies kept operational control. Iran got revenue, which equated to about 20%. The West kept the steering wheel with Iran completely out of any decision making. So
Wait, so
you're
you mean
talking about
20%
profits.
of
So you're
all
changing the
revenue?
order.
Okay, well that's
Yes,
different.
20%
If
of
you
all
have
revenue.
overhead, hold on, if you have overhead, like if you get 50% of all profits, that might end up being 20% of revenue, but it's not going to stably be that. It's going to change like year and year. It's going to be a different percentage. But obviously,
Yeah, and you just
you
talked
have to
about
pay out
Hollywood
overhead.
accounting. Right? You just spoke about Hollywood accounting, and that's what they were
Well,
accused
obviously
of.
it didn't
That's
happen because
why.
Iran was actually getting the
But
money. Like we can
but,
see
but
in the
that's no.
statistics that Iran made a lot of money from this.
What happened? Why do you think the Shah was removed, Mancos? Why do the people rise up against the Shah?
For a lot of religious reasons.
Because they weren't getting the money.
No, that and see, he had already nationalized it like 6 years before that. So Iran was actually getting massive amounts of money throughout the 70s.
And they fell out of U.S. favor. The CIA had a lot to do with Khomeini coming back, and a lot. The CIA had its hand in both revolutions. So that's what you're failing to see, and
Yeah,
you
it
won't.
did.
And Mancos, you don't renounce that type of activity. I mean, Operation Ajax. Do you admit that's a very bad
Yeah,
idea to go and
but
overthrow
Cyrus,
democratic governments?
just to stay on the same thing. The only reason why the Shah was then removed is because he wanted to actually give the right amount to the Iranian people, right? Or to nationalize it. Who knows if he wanted to keep
He
it or give
already
it
did
away,
that like
whatever.
6 years prior, Joa. That's why that narrative
Yeah,
doesn't make sense.
and that's when he was removed because of
Exactly, he
it.
fell out of favor. That's exactly right, and he was speaking against Israel as well. On his last interviews, he was vehemently against what Israel was doing in the region. But back to the main point, Mancos, how can you say this is good policy to go overthrow democratically elected governments across the world? It's not unique to Iran. We've done it in El Salvador. We've done it in South America. This is not unique to Iran. How can you
You
get
mean
behind that type of?
anti-communists? You mean our anti-communist activities?
Very funny, man. That's the perfect solution. The boogeyman, the communists are coming. Oh my God, the commies. Do you know how ridiculous you sound? I mean, that's antiquated
No, but that's
mentality.
actually
That
what
that, that
happened.
doesn't
Like,
float.
do you think we were going
You're a
to
zealot.
try to undermine or overthrow governments when it didn't have anything to do with communism? It was only when governments, we were in the Cold War, we're fighting the Cold War. If a government starts to align itself with the communist bloc, then yes, they would be considered an enemy of the United States and there would be overt and subvert action against that country.
Manco, have you not figured out that communism is code word for you didn't give America their cut? It's a mafia. Like it's just a word, a narrative to make the I really recommend if you want to understand how the empire was built, read a book from somebody that actually constructed the Saudi deal, that was engaged in the Jekylls, that was engaged with all the assassinations. that put together all the false narratives, that use the bribe networks and prostitution in order to try and force these deals through. And somebody that actually did it. His name is John Perkins, and he wrote a book called Confessions of an Economic Hitman. He goes through all of the deals from Mossadegh, the overthrow, and it's all about the petrodollar. That's
And
the entire thing.
and
He-
to give you an idea of the operating costs, right? And this is why people started to get mad in Iran. For example, in Saudi Arabia, they spend about $8 a barrel in operating costs, right? That wouldn't have given them only 20% of the revenue, right? So they inflated their operating costs in order to steal the money. Do you understand? And they didn't
Wait,
pay for the resource
you're saying that
underground.
right now? Obviously, the operating costs in like the 1950s and 60s are going to be different from how they are in 2026.
Yeah, of course they are, but they've always been low in comparison to what you get. Right? They always have. They're not
I mean, I'm not
50%
I'm not
operating
so sure
costs.
about that because there's been a lot of advancements in technology, so it's probably a lot cheaper to get it out of the ground now than it was way back then. I mean, we didn't even have computers back then. They had to use like just machinery.
The the richest men in America became the richest men in America through finding oil in their backyard because the operating expense of pulling it out of the ground was almost nothing. Right? So it was actually easier back then because you didn't have to uh, um, uh, pump to create the pressure. Right? So it was cheaper actually, not more expensive. You need the technology now because you're going deeper.
Just want to welcome Simon onto the stage as well. Simon, hope you're doing well. How are you?
yeah, good, thank you. Like, I really recommend people read that book. Like, it outlines every single operation. It goes through the people that were specifically involved in setting up, like the assassinations, the forcing these deals through, and exactly how they were constructed. And it's done through, so it's called Confessions of an Economic Hitman. And just even going through the Saudi deal, there's a company called Main they do it all through private contractors, so that they've got plausible deniability. They create a cover story for what is needed, and it's always around the communism, communists and anything you need to do. You manufacture the environment in order to create the press story to make people like Manco think that they're more ethical and actually looking out for Americans. Meanwhile, the deal was that because the Vietnamese War bankrupted the empire, that and the default on the convertibility of the dollar to gold, they needed a new model. And the new model was that you force these JV agreements through threat of assassination. And you use the Mossadegh story, you use the previous stories, you use the United Fruit stories, you used all the example after example of what happens to the leaders. You're not trying to open up to capitalism. You're trying to extract all of the resources so that they come back. Into the financial institutions in America, and that's the whole deal. So with the Saudi deal, it was that you price your oil in dollars, and then you agree that when you purchase those, you purchase treasuries, and you hold them at U.S. banks, and the yield on the interest buys you contracts with our network of corporate interests, which is defense contractors. And so all of the yield is respent into America. And these are not natural agreements of these are enforced agreements because the alternative is assassination, or they'll just install another dictator. They don't want democracies. They want people that are easy to control. And they want corruptible people, because the deal is you get rich as long as you spend all your money back on our contractors, and you just agree not to give any of the resources to your people. And we create a corrupt network. and it's always US companies that have to receive the money. And then and then we can make sure that we keep pushing up the US stock market, and your people just go deeper and deeper into poverty. Now, if you manage to maintain some control over the resources over time, they were able to expel the West to a certain degree, but it always comes with you having to buy your way out of it. So you have to agree to, have a foreign base in your country, or you have to agree to something. And those bases are just about recycling the money back through, and always purchasing the treasuries to make that liquid market. And if those liquid markets dry up, then the whole system unwinds. And that's why Scott Bessent's going around like a headless chicken saying, don't sell your bonds, don't sell your equity, we'll give you an FX swap line. Because you can't have the bonds being sold and it's not organic. And the second you start, the financial institutions decide, okay, we've extracted everything we can. Now let's just start to weaken the dollar over time, and then it reverses the impact. And we'll get the Fed to buy all the treasuries, and then we'll pump all the value because it's now government debt. We'll get the government to pump it all into the stock market, push the stocks up to new all-time highs, weaken the dollar, gradually reinvest these capital flows. And it's happening right now in real time. And the losers of that are just the people that don't own the assets, which is almost all the Americans. And you can keep them on board by promising them when you retire you'll get a 401k, but in the meantime just pay your debt like a good debt slave, and we'll make the cost of living harder and harder for you, so that you've got no choice but to become a slave to the system. And that's how it works. It's engineered. It's not by accident. It's systemic. It's by design.
Simon, there was about the Simon and Joe. I've sent you both a message if you could take a look at it when you get a chance, separate ones. But it's what was it again? It says the U.S. government sells 30. Oh, it's U.S. I thought it was U.K. U.S. government sells. I know you mentioned this before, Simon, but this has kind of been reported now. Because I think you reported this before even the media did, because you were telling me that you were taking a look and they were selling since December or something. But anyway, or was it Joe? One of you two were saying it anyway. But anyway, the US government sells 30-year bonds at a 5% yield for the first time since 2007. Is the breaking news, Simon? What's your thoughts?
Yeah. So they're at the 5% rate, and that's locking in. Like the yields are at the unsustainable rate right now, and you either have a narrative that gets the yields down, which has always been what's happened throughout this crisis, or you regime change the Fed, which has happened now. Jerome Powell's stepped down, or he's stayed on as governor. He's no longer chairman, because Trump. You regime change the Fed, and then you make sure that the Fed can buy the bonds to get them back down. And now you're refinancing the debt at these higher and higher levels. The yield on the 30-year is at that 5%, which translates into mortgages at 7%, which means that refinancing agreements can't happen. It's the bond market that is the blowout. And so this can only follow with the Fed and more quantitative easing, so that you can artificially push those rates down.
Yeah, that makes sense, Simon. And last question, and then we'll get Andy in the conversation as well. Simon, what's the in terms of the yield, though? Like you mentioned that it can't be above 5%, and it's been there for a bit now. Is he gonna have to immediately drop it, or what's the situation?
Yeah, the only way to drop it, so you can get the Fed to drop the short term rate, but the market, the bondholders determine the long term rate. And the only way, the only way to get that yield down is to stop people selling treasuries. And so, if anyone at scale, any country or any significant sovereign wealth fund or any central bank or any start selling down their treasuries because they're in any kind of need, liquidity crisis or need for cash flow, then the yields go up further. And the yields go up further, the mortgages go up further, the interest on the debt goes up, all the new auto loans go up further. And the consumption side, the debt fueled consumption side of the economy drops off. And so the only thing you can do then is you've got the national debt, which now the interest on the debt is going higher and higher and higher because you're refinancing it at a higher and higher rate. And if your economy is not growing at the same rate, the average cost on the debt, then you're in a blowout cycle. And there's only one solution to that, and it's you've got to get the Federal Reserve to start buying those yields. Buying those bonds in order to try and get the yield below the 5% mark. So you'd expect some kind of Fed intervention. And if this stays here for long, then that's leading to the whole QE narrative. But the problem is you can't do QE here because the long term rates are too high. So you can only artificially push down the short term rates, but you can't do that in an environment of inflation. How do you justify that? There's only one way to justify it. So the Fed has two goals, right? It has to control inflation, or it has to cool the market down or heat up the market for when unemployment gets bad. Those are the only two things that it's really allowed to do. And so if inflation is saying we need to push interest rates up, but the national debt is saying we need to get interest rates down, then the only way you can justify forcing interest rates down is to create a lot of unemployment. And then say that you're pushing interest rates down so that you can stimulate business. We're at that really crazy stage where there is no good solution. And so what you can, the one alternative thing, which is what they're doing, is you can run the economy hot and do what's called fiscal dominance. And fiscal dominance is you take all the long-term debt, you artificially regime change the Fed and force interest rates down on the short term, and you just keep rolling over the debt every month, but at that cheaper rate. And then you need somebody to subsidize it because you've got inflation and you're asking the bondholders to buy these bonds that are losing money in real terms. So imagine you've got, right now we're at 3.8% CPI inflation, and you're asking someone to buy a bond for the next week or month that's like, got a very low yield, that's paying like 1% if you get it artificially low. Who are you going to get to lose in real time on a short-term treasury? Well, the only thing you can do is force Americans to do it. And that's like get the Fed to do it, which is losing money in real terms. And you're just you're just really at a distressed debt situation, unless you can find somebody else to buy those bonds. And that's why Scott Bessent is just doing anything to stop people selling bonds at the moment. And that's when you start giving away the Federal Reserve power globally and start giving FX swap lines to all these alternative financial centers, which is what's happening right now.
Simon, sorry, Suleiman, were you going to jump in?
Jump in.
Yeah, I want to ask you, just a little bit unrelated to that, but maybe related to that, is Modi in India has given statements out. I think it's like 2 days running now, maybe 3, He's basically said to people, it's like, assume it's pandemic measures, work from home, stop filling up your vehicles with fuel, stop all of that. People are angry at him, right? But the thing that he has said to them 2 days running that I know of is stop buying gold. Stop buying gold. And then, so I thought today, this is interesting, because if he's telling people to stop buying gold, I wonder if the price of gold went up or down. Because technically, if you trust your leader and he tells you to stop buying it, you stop buying it. And therefore, the price, I just think, I'm not a financial expert, I would assume it would come down. So I checked the price of gold in India and it's gone way up. So they obviously took the opposite of what he said and thought, well, if he's telling us not to buy the gold, we're going to frigging buy the gold because something's coming. What do you make of this?
Exactly. It's like central banks, right? They print fiat currency and buy gold, and then try to tell you to have faith in their currency. So they're not willing to hold it. They're willing to just print money in order to buy what they actually want, which is gold. And so, yeah, Modi made an appeal to the Indian people. Please keep hold of your depreciating Indian rupee in the name of national security and patriotism. And please don't protect yourself with gold. We're in this together, but our central bank wants shitload of gold. And we'll just keep printing this currency. But please, you keep the currency and just don't protect yourself with gold. Because you got to do what's right for India. I don't think it was any type of enforcement, but it's pretty wild. To put out a recommendation not to buy gold. The only thing you do when someone recommends, when your country and your central bank tells you not to buy gold, you either to decide to sink with the ship and lose value because you're patriotic, or you decide to protect yourself and buy gold. And so if the price of gold in Indian rupees is going up after that announcement, then yeah, it's a pretty wild situation. But China's loving it. India's definitely taking a hit, and that's typical predatory economic hitman strategy, which is when you know the world order is changing and you want a foothold in a corridor like BRICS, then you need to engineer a scenario where you can negotiate the best typical terms. And so imagine all the economic hitmen, the executives that are with Trump right now in Shanghai. They're the executives representing the shareholders, and from this crisis, they'll be doing massive deal making. And the industry in India that's taking the biggest hit here is there's going to be some enforcement to buy American soybeans. So he's probably asking Indians, please poison yourself with these dodgy petrochemical enhanced soybeans made in America that we used in order to poison our people so that we could get them addicted to drugs and therapy. And please, can you buy some of those? And the Indian farmers are going to say, "Hey, what about us? We're struggling here." Yeah.
Simon, can I wait in real quick, Beatrice, if I could, Suleiman, talk to Simon about
Yeah,
the
of course.
economic hitman?
Yeah, go ahead, Andrew, jump in.
Yeah, I'm so glad Beatrice brought that up about India. That is heartbreaking, but we knew immediately when Beatrice gave you your thoughts on that, Simon. What a surprise that you would say, wow, they want you to go down with the ship while they buy it up. Economic Hitman it really does a lot of its focus in South America. I was working on a very sensitive contract, an FMS, foreign military sale contract with the Colombian government. And a highly regarded individual, I'll say this, gave me a book. He said, read it. The title of the book was The Economic Hitman. It was it really rocked me. And I'm an economics major from university, and I studied under a brilliant economist. He's Keynesian, Friedman, economics, but he said, I talked to him about it, and about the same subject, is when Simon says, read that book, please, people, take the time, get the book and read it. But when you read it, don't just read it for casual reading, read it for understanding. And that takes some work to really study it because you got to go put the pieces together, but strongly recommend it also, Simon.
Are you ready, yeah, Andrew?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I was working on South America. And when I say working on South America, déjeme decir los que hablan español, it was very, very, very painful. Very painful. Because what I saw happening, I'm not going to go into it here in the space, but what I saw what America was doing through Colombia on one side, and then what the CIA was doing on the other side. I'm working defense, okay? I'm working DOD. I'm working contracts. I'm working military hardware sales, making insane, sick money. I mean, money that kind of would like freak me out a little bit. And was sitting there reading spreadsheets. Don't ask questions. Don't be stupid. One morning I'm in a meeting and these Russians, Dobry utra, как вы pojavate? And I go, what the hell? Why do we have Russians in here? What the heck? So I was told, don't matter, don't see anything here. And then shortly I'm asking myself why we're doing this FMS contract with Colombia, raping the hell out of them. But yet at the same time, we got the CIA on the other side of it. Don't worry about it. Stop asking questions. Get your money, be happy, smile, and go home. Well, one morning I couldn't recognize myself in the mirror. Long story short, the economic hitman came at a very crucial point in my life when I'm working on, and you'll know the book. Its focus really hits hard and painful on South America and what America's done in South America. You can't make this up. It's not a conspiracy theory. I'm trying to maintain my composure here. But sadly, about 12 years later, I was in Vietnam, and I can go on for an hour living in Vietnam for almost 7 years. And if someone wants to talk to me, another book you might want to read is called Doi Moi. And it's called about basically what a banker, an American IMF banker with a pen brought Vietnamese to its knees. 57,000 Americans dead, and millions of Vietnamese dead, slaughtered, suffering to this day. But a banker with a pen did it in less than 20 seconds with a signature to bring Vietnam under the IMF. So when I hear Mango on there going on, it's all the composure I can draw to control my sentiments, to be professional. Yes, he's entitled to his opinion, but I'm saying he represents the ugly American. And I deal with these people all the time when I'm overseas. Most of your ugly Americans, they've never left the United States of America. But if they have left the United States of America, it's in a tour group where they get in a herd. They're said, walk in the line, take a picture. Oh, you want to sample some food? But when you live among the people, when you habla el español con ellos, when you're in there with them, when you're living with the Vietnamese, seeing how they suffer, when you're living amongst them. And that's why when we hear Beatrice speak, when she says, oh, I just went there, I did it, I've been there. You hear Suleiman speak, he gets out among the people. These people, Simon's traveled. All of us who have traveled and been abroad and really lived among the people, maybe we have a little heart. Maybe we have compassion. Maybe we've seen some things. So I'll land here. I won't get emotional about it. But yes, read The Economic Hitman. It's a very important book.
Yeah, it goes through the United Fruit deals. It goes through what happened in Iran. It goes through what happened in Panama, the Panama Canal. It goes through the Saudi deal. It goes through the regime change in Saudi. It covers the creation of the covert operations that led to the petrodollar. It covers exactly how the deals are constructed from people that were actually negotiating the actual deals. It goes through all of the money laundering operations that were set up that led to the creation of Osama bin Laden, a CIA asset. Went through the entire business model, everything that happened through the fake war on terror. It's really, if you want to understand politics today and the business model, it's really, really useful. And I'll then I'll say one thing. I got direct experience with it. I thought it would be a good idea to help countries try and build their sovereign wealth and develop Bitcoin strategies. And I went to El Salvador. I met the president. We developed, I developed a strategy like in direct to try and make sure that the average Salvadorian ended up with their share of some Bitcoin before the growth story of El Salvador, so that they wouldn't get caught behind. And I don't, I know what it's like. There were international monetary fund agents there, and we ended up leaving because we were very fearful for what would actually happen to us. So these economic hitmen, and then that also led to a direct, you can look it up, bill within Congress that was talking about the national security risk of El Salvador, and how them adopting Bitcoin is a national security risk to America. Why would that be a national security risk to America? Oh, you mean that if El Salvador developed its own sovereign wealth and actually had a resistance against an alternative bond market to the International Monetary Fund, then that is actually a national security risk, because you can't have people not buying American bonds. You can't have de-dollarization because it is a mafia. The stock market is propped up by rape, pillaging, stealing, lies, deception, and it's structural. And they don't give a damn about the average American. I can assure you that the people that Trump works for are all sat around with Xi Jinping in Shanghai right now, and they're not even the top of the chain. They're just the executives, that are working for those that are just extracting all the value right now. It ain't America first to support that. But
Simon, I think that's the biggest point of the disagreement we have. I looked into the book, by the way, and it gives a good historical context of how, predatory the Western economic system can be, and essentially how we use big corporations with, and the government certainly has special relationships with these corporations, and intelligence services get involved. All that's fact. But the way you portray it is as if the corporations are in charge and they're the state, whereas I make the assertion that the corporations are within the state and they function within the parameters that the state, in this case the United States, which has set this entire thing up from the IMF to the Federal Reserve, so this is the Western system. But by no means do I believe that these
you,
corporate
you
heads are
think you
leading.
think the bankers that controlled the British Empire decided, you know what? Let's give all our power away and let's just give it to the government, and the government can have all the power, and we'll be just like China, and the CCP will rule us, and we'll just listen to the government. I mean, come on, that is you
The,
will
the
never
government,
you will
the
never
government, and
you will never understand America if you think the government's
the
in charge.
government, the government and the nation state are two different things. And nation states, and nation acts on its own interests, right? So these institutions are within the state. In our case, in the U.S., it's
What are
the
you
elected
talking about? It's
officials.
not China. America's not China.
We're
You're
not talking
talking
about China.
about China.
I'm talking about the Western. I'm talking about the Western
Yeah, but
system,
you're
right?
you're
You're saying
saying that the corporations are within the state. They're not. They own the
that
state. They lobby the state. They control the state.
they lobby. If they own it, why would they lobby it? Think about it. Why would they have a lobby
Because that's
to
how they
lobby their
do
own
it. It's a
state?
pay-to-play system. You
No,
need all the
it's
politicians to be corrupt.
no, it's so for you're making the assertion that the companies are instigating the war. They want to keep the strait closed. That Trump is not stuck in a true stalemate and he's trying to get out of it. So just the notion that
Trump,
companies are running, they're not
yeah.
running the world.
I'm
Like
sorry.
it's
Like I just if
these are.
you're
I mean,
still at that stage where you think Trump's in charge and he's struggling right now and he's trying to figure out how to get out of this and he's got himself in a double bind, like come on, like if you're still at that stage right now, like you got a lot more studying to do.
yeah, well,
Please
I'm
read
at the
the
state.
actual book.
Hey, I'm at the stage that pretty much every single one of Suleiman's guests have been. None of those folks agree with your worldview, that these are corporations making the calls. anyone in international relations and that studies geopolitics, these are nation states from where we are at now to where we were 2,000 years ago. The ambition of power and the concentration of power, it's there. The intent to expand power, it's there. The only thing that's different now, it's the means by which nation states, in this case,
Okay. All right.
regional
Well,
hegemons.
you
So I'm
know,
trying to
I mean,
let me finish my thought.
you
Let me
know,
finish my
when I
thought.
worked in investment banking and my job was
But
to subordinate
Simon,
governments
I didn't
and
get to finish. I'm
construct
trying to
these
close. I'm
deals,
trying to
it
close
was a
my.
figment of my imagination. I just made it up.
Look, it's the historical context and evidence is there, right? So no academic and no real economist or geopolitical analyst believes in this worldview that it's corporate heads that are pushing wars. They benefit from it, the military-industrial
Who
complex and
paid for the
oil
university
industry
syllabus? Who
and
paid for
the
the
oil
university syllabus and created the whole communism,
the oil,
capitalism,
right?
Keynesianism, Austrian
Of course,
economics?
yeah, I get all
The
that,
damn same companies that need idiots like you
right?
to believe that your state's in charge.
Well, you're the idiot to believe someone that says it worked for the NSA and make all these outlandish claims. You listen to Perkins, I listen to Friedman, like people that win the Nobel Peace Prize, right? Rather the
Friedman
Nobel Economic
sponsored.
Prize.
Where do
So
you think Austrian
and the
Nobel
Austrian
Peace
School of
Prize? Do
Economics,
you
the Chicago
understand?
School of Economics, they're not they
Oh my
don't believe
God!
in what you say. They don't. But hey, listen, they
So
don't believe in.
you believe
No,
that
none of those folks
Milton
believe what you
Friedman,
do.
who worked for like IMF interest and corporate interest, in order to perpetuate a narrative that created sponsored Chicago School of Economics thoughts. And you think that they didn't create universities in order to create foot soldiers like you that
Hey,
still
listen.
believe in the system?
Hey, listen to
And
John
he got a
Perkins.
Nobel Peace Prize. Who
Listen to
runs?
John. Listen
Do
to
you
John
actually think the
Perkins.
Nobel Peace Prize is about peace?
Wait, real
I'm saying,
quick,
listen to
Cyrus.
John
Do you mean
Perkins.
Thomas Freeman? Do you mean Thomas Freeman?
Listen to Perkins
I
and
think he means Milton Friedman, right?
Milton Friedman, and listen to Perkins,
Okay, just
who
clearing
claims
that
to
up.
be
Thank you, sir.
who claims to be a NSA operative, right? I mean, that's laughable. If you want a real operative, look
Yes,
at
you're listening to ex CIA, right?
Listen to John Carrical, listen to Edward Snowden, people who were credentialed, right? You're listening. This is a fiction. It's a semi-fiction. It gives a historical
I listened
account.
to
I
Edward
mean,
Snowden,
and also you.
And Edward Snowden tells us how it works.
And you claim that King Faisal was assassinated by corporations, where it was the guy who killed him had his cousin or his brother killed, and then he also wasn't happy about the progressive
Hold
thing.
on,
So
hold on.
literally,
So
you make.
you think that the Central Intelligence Agency is working for American national security? Are you still at that level?
Listen, I'm at the level as all of Suleiman's hosts, the guests that have come on the show. All those people are in line with reality and how the world works. It's the government in the United States that allows these corporations to function. You have the SEC, you have the Federal Reserve. They are under the umbrella of the United States government.
Cyrus,
We're a
have
regional
you got any
hegemon.
world experience? I've been regulated by the SEC. Like I'm giving you my direct
Yeah, I'm
experience
familiar.
of
I've been
dealing
regulated
with
by the
these
Treasury Department.
institutions.
Yeah, I dealt with OFAC. I have an economics background. What you're saying, it's incredulous, right? No real economist,
Or
no
someone
real
that actually
economist,
dealt with the
no
SEC.
real economist,
Staff?
no real economist agrees with your position. I challenge you to bring any of these any of these guests that Suleiman hosts on a show, have a debate with them, and since they have so much more credibility than me, right? You'll hear the
Hey
same
guys,
pushback.
I have a,
It's not
I have to leave
corporations don't
in
run
a
the world.
second,
But
but I have
Cyrus,
a quick
they're
update.
military analysts. They're not
Wait, how is
economists. What are you
No,
Simon
some
talking
gonna
are.
about?
debate?
Some are.
How is Simon gonna debate himself? He's one of my. He comes on my show and for the interviews. That's literally what I sent him the message for. Is Simon gonna debate? Simon, you gonna debate yourself. Just put a mirror.
I'll debate any economist that wants to come and have a good faith
No, but are you
debate.
gonna
And
debate? I know you would, yeah. And you actually have the debates I've seen you on. You've actually decimated people. Like, let's be clear on that. But I'm saying, but do you want to debate yourself as well? You could put a mirror because you're on my show quite a bit, so you could put a mirror before yourself and then debate. But sorry, back to you, Beatrix.
Yeah, but in 3 years we'll find out, right? Because Simon says we have 3 years to accumulate stocks, crypto, whatever, to amass wealth in this amount of time,
don't say the
When
word
did
right?
Oh
Beatrix
my
say?
So,
God,
When
crypto.
did
so
he
he's
say
never
that?
said
Cyrus, if you
stocks.
say
Oh,
the word
Beatrix, go on.
crypto, please don't put the word
so
crypto in
what?
my.
I mean,
Crypto's a
Yeah,
so
full
you
scam.
said we
stop.
have 3 years, right? So we have 3 years
He
to
didn't say
accumulate
that,
assets.
Cyrus.
Whoa,
Cyrus,
whoa,
you
whoa,
put the
whoa.
words in
Just
his.
1 second,
Okay,
1 second.
go ahead, Beatrix. I'll
Yeah.
leave.
Yeah, exactly. Suleiman, listen, Cyrus, you listen worse than a freaking
Okay,
chick.
let's not go that
Like
far.
Suleiman
Let's
switches off
not go
when I
that far. Let's not go
talk,
that far.
but you've not listened. He is anti-stock, he's anti-crypto. The only thing that Simon says is if you can, even if it's $10 a month or $5 a month, invest in Bitcoin in self-custody. That's all he advocates for. Do not make him a crypto
I didn't say a
scammer.
crypto
Number one,
scammer. I
you
didn't
can say
say
that about
I was talking
Jonah,
about Bitcoin,
but
right?
yeah,
But
don't
the
say
but
it
the
about
main
Simon.
message, we have 3 years that the whole global economy is
Yeah, I
shifting.
was gonna respond to Cyrus. He didn't say that either. What he said was, look, it could be. I remember him saying this yesterday. I think he said it could be 10 years, it could be whatever. But the best thing is, if in your mind you put in your head that you need to get in the right position in 3 years. I think that's a really good, real advice for all of us. Because maybe if I'll give my own example, I'm like maybe a little bit blasé, and then after he's saying that, I'm like, flip, I need to try and like get zoned in a bit more, and like I think it's just good practical advice for people, our listeners, to say, look, try and save as much as you can in the last 3. But he has said yesterday, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure he said yesterday that it may be more time, but just in your mind, just think about it as like 3 years, right, Simon?
Yeah,
Right.
absolutely. But you actually listen to
And
one.
diversification is key. To put
And
all of your
me,
nest egg
And
in
Beatrix.
Bitcoin.
Wait, okay, now you're embarrassing yourself, Simon.
No, again, I'm not giving, again, I don't do, that's not what I'm giving, any type of financial advice or anything like that. I've been very careful. I've been on these spaces for years. So you live in your own mind and you make your own stories and then you put the words in my mouth.
so let me just break it down, Cyrus, in baby little chunks. What Simon says, and Simon's not the only one, but Simon spends a lot of time trying to help people. What he's saying is things are not going to get better by the looks of it. And I agree. Because when I look 5 years ago, how things were and where they are today, and if I look at everything that's happening literally today, day by day, you can see things are going to get worse for us. So he's saying, prepare for the future. And now, when people say, but how long is it going to take and stuff, he'll say 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. He's not Nostradamus, but he's saying, prepare for your future, invest in your future. And the only thing that he ever says is that Bitcoin in self custody, if you can afford it, even if it's a small amount, hold it in self custody because that's going to be a safe asset. And I'm not a financial advisor, he says. Now, you dispute that things are not going to get better. I had this argument with you 2 days ago, right? Because you were like, oh my God, the world's not going into a recession and stuff. And I said, well, you're just debating the definition of recession. Because if you look at it, fuel costs, fertilizer costs, food costs, everything has gone through the roof. People are really struggling. Base point of view, welcome. He's come over from my YouTube channel. So that's what the point is,
Oh
Cyrus.
my
Is that
God, they have YouTube channel hasn't got a good record. Who's basically brought him up? I think was it MC Marxism, and who was it last time who basically was avowing Algo? Okay, so you sent another YouTube chat. You sent another representative. Let's see if he embarrasses you like the last one did. Let's see what happens. But sorry, back to you, Beatrix.
And Cyrus,
Yeah.
I always, throughout this whole thing, I said they will do everything and anything, including killing all Americans, if it gets the stock market up. And I've said that throughout the whole
And
time.
that's a very
I've not been
dangerous
one of these
message.
people saying a stock
That's a very
market.
dangerous message that we have no
Well, they
control.
will because I've seen them
But
do it.
look, you're not an American citizen. You live in Dubai where you have your vote. You don't have a vote.
I don't live in
You don't
Dubai,
have a vote.
and I don't need to be an American
So right. So
system
but
to
we have a
understand
system
financial
here. No, but
markets.
the financial market.
Oh my God,
But it's our
this is
financial markets, right?
fine,
We're the
Cyrus.
hegemon, right? We're the
Listen,
hegemon.
whoa, Cyrus, I'm sorry to mute you, but don't confuse Simon with Jonah. They're two different people, right? Like, Simon does not live
Well,
in
wherever he is,
Dubai.
he's not in the United States, and he's telling the world that hey, the U.S. is taking over. They're willing to kill you. Your vote doesn't count. You have 3 to 10 years, so it all comes crashing down. Put it in Bitcoin. Don't diversify. Don't take advantage of the markets. If the markets are going well and there's no energy crisis from the Strait of Hormuz, the stock markets will continue to go up. We can't push it.
He's not
Who
giving
said
you
that,
financial
Cyrus? Who
advice.
said?
push an
Who else
agenda.
told you that
We
the stock market would continue to go
we
up?
can't push
I'm
an.
saying I don't invest in it because I don't like investing in terrorism. But if you're okay investing in terrorism, the stock market will crush it because they'll do anything. They'll allow millions of Americans to go homeless. They'll create a crisis. They'll manufacture a pricing event in order to make sure those stocks go up. And they'll sacrifice world reserve currency because they're stripping those assets and they want to concentrate all the wealth into the stock market. And if you're okay investing in terrorism, then go for it. I'm not going to judge you. You got to look after you. And sometimes you have to change the system from within. But you're adding an emotional layer of patriotism in order to change everything that I'm saying and retranslate it in your brain, with your limited experience, it clearly comes out that you're just regurgitating other people's opinions. And it's like I could ask ChatGPT to get the same
I'm
answers you give
speaking to you
us.
live right now, right? And you cannot, you have no rebuttal to the core elements.
Simon, he switches roles with Manco. When Manco drops, he takes the
This
Manco
is,
role. When Manco's here, he takes the
that's your
opposing role.
limited understanding of the conversation we're having. The United States,
Can I ask you what your worldly experience is? Because you sound very like
yeah,
newbie. Like,
I started out in hedge funds initially before the equities markets. I was a fixed income.
so how much experience have you?
I'm trying to explain to you. You keep cutting me off. I'm trying to explain to you.
But how old are you?
Listen,
Like how
look,
many years
I'm
experience are you telling
probably
us
older
about?
than you.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So you've got you've got a lot of
I have.
experience, yeah.
He's not Simon. He's not older than you. He's not
I'm
older
in
than
my
He
you.
is. He's
40s.
my age. He's my age.
I'm in my
He's
40s.
our age. He's our age.
Okay, you're in your 40s, and so you've been at financial markets for a couple of decades. Is that what you're saying? Or?
Yep,
He's
I
half
have
the
been.
age of
I've
Jonah.
started multiple businesses. I've exited them. I have a few companies now. I mean, it's the substance of my message that
Okay,
counts.
cool. All right.
You're telling the world that
No,
Cyrus,
I'm
the
just
American
trying to
government is
understand. I
going to kill its
value.
people,
I
right?
Cyrus, it's not the substance of your message, because the thing is, you're not able to debate with anyone or converse with anybody without screaming, oh, guess what? You have to be an American to argue, and this is just low class. Like, the next time you say that, you're just not going to be welcome on my space anymore, because my space is for everyone, irrespective of where they're from, and this kind of low class, low IQ comment is just actually finding it really annoying. Can you not deal with the substance of an argument without, and you're not, like, to some Americans, you're not even American, you're an immigrant, so let's be clear on that. So we can go down that road, but it's just stupidity. Why don't you deal with the argument in itself?
Yeah, that's the ethnocentric Americans, right? It's what you
Yeah,
provide
and
for
you
your
know what?
country,
You're an
right?
immigrant, and you can be sent back.
And I'm sorry, that's how
Immigration should go
I know
back.
in Britain that's how they make you
Yeah.
feel, but
Now,
that's
we
not
don't
how
think
it
like
is
that in
here.
Britain, right? Okay, you're going to get one more chance to speak at the substance of the argument, or you're going to be dropped, and learn some manners as well, because I'm seeing you lose your manners. So learn some manners, control your behavior, and deal with the arguments. Go.
So I'm not the one who was rude. Simon called me stupid because
Okay,
you
you're going to
can't
be
argue it.
dropped. Right, you're going to be dropped if you fail. This is the last chance for you to deal with the substance of the argument, or you're going to be dropped.
The substance of the argument, right? It's not that being American has any value here or gives me any higher ground. You're missing my whole point. We're talking about the American.
Okay, Andy, jump in.
Yeah, I was just going to go back to the bond yields, that if China has some leverage, if they sold our the treasuries that they hold, they could blow out the bond yields. So that's more leverage they have in the negotiations. So for anyone saying they don't have any leverage, that's just another point they have over us. Like, if they really wanted us to feel economic pain, they could pull that lever, but they don't even need to. So you have all these MAGA influencers saying the Washington Post is fake news. China doesn't have any leverage. Like, they clearly don't know how the bond market works. They clearly don't understand China has the largest strategic reserves of oil in the world. They clearly don't understand that we need the Strait more than China does, because China gets almost all of their oil from Russia and a very small percent from Iran. And what they do get from Iran, they're still actually getting, because MAGA lives in a fantasy land where the blockade's actually effective. So China's the one with all the cards here. Trump doesn't have a card to play besides ranting and raving on True Social.
Yeah. Let's go to Base. Base, jump in.
Hey, Suleiman, when I was going to jump in, I was just going to make a couple of points. But now, ever since I've
You
been
better do
waiting,
some good. What do you mean? What do you say now? What?
no, I was going to make a couple of points.
Okay.
I was going to give you a take on a couple of things. But now you're talking about cryptocurrency and Bitcoin. In real life, I don't know.
So 1 second,
I
just
don't
before
Nah,
you
really.
go,
we're not talking about
this is
crypto and
1
Bitcoin.
second, just for the
Well, you were
audience.
talking about Bitcoin a while ago.
Okay, can you hear me?
But
So 1 second. So this is a representative of the YouTube community. So YouTube, this is your guy. Let's see what he's gonna say. Go ahead.
well, I mean, it's not you. If you're referring to me, it's not just the YouTube. I listen to you all the time on X. In case you didn't know, but my
I'm
point
just joking.
was,
I'm just trolling them.
well, I'm not here to joke. I'm just here to make a couple of points. But
All right, go on then. Make a
just
point. Go ahead.
well, I mean, just kidding, Solomon. I mean, really, I'm just here to make a couple of
Go for
points.
it.
First of all, what Simon was saying about Jonathan Perkins on the books that he wrote, people need to really watch his videos and read his books because it lays it all out, on the way it's been working throughout history. And by the way, and he's still living, so he can really put the touches on why things are the way they are. But Suleiman, let me ask you a question. With President Trump going to China, from what we have been fed was that China was like the enemy, correct, Suleiman? Wasn't China the enemy? Supposed to be the enemy?
You tell me, bro. You tell me what
you or anyone does. For the last few years, we heard that China was the enemy, correct?
Okay, yeah, go for it. Yeah,
well, apparently nobody can answer that question. Back in 2017, President Trump's grandkids were singing a serenade to Mr. Ching Ching Ping back in 2017. And but that's what I never could figure out, because I don't think China is the enemy. And President Trump knows China is not the enemy. It's this mainstream media that's pushing it. Just like Iran. Iran is not the enemy. What they're doing is just instigating the American people to hate. It's all about the hate to not with other countries that it's a threat. It's ridiculous. I think it's ridiculous. People are gaining wealth. People's wealth has gained into the billions over these past couple of administrations. And I think the biggest joke is on us. You know what I mean, Suleiman?
Yes, yes,
It's
based. He does get it. He understands. We all get it. Thank you very much. Was that your couple of points?
Yeah. Basically, like I say, did you know, Miss Beatrix, that back in 2017, have you seen the videos of Trump's grandkids singing to Xi Jinping a serenade?
No, but I will look them up.
Look it up.
I will look them
Everyone
up.
should look it up.
I've never
I
seen
will
that.
do.
Well, look it up. Just Google it. Because
Oh, I do think I remember seeing something like that. Yeah,
that's the
it comes
problem
rings
with
a
the
bell now.
American people. And I mean, I know that a lot of us aren't in America here on this space, but that's the problem with the American people. They don't have an attention span past 2 damn weeks. And I'm not, I'm called base POV for a reason, and I don't look for followers. But I've been aware of this. What do you call it? This fake, whatever you want to call it, for quite a long time. I just sit back and listen. But there comes a time to where, I was watching this mainstream media earlier, and now Trump is over here in China, and they make it out to, oh my goodness, this is he's meeting with the enemy. That's not his enemy. Hell, he had his grandkids singing a serenade for him back in 2017. Shout out to Rick Wiles.
Thanks for that, Best.
That
Okay,
man
thank you for that, Best.
has known many things.
Appreciate it. Great points. Okay, let's go to Charlie. Charlie, jump in. Charlie?
Hello?
Yep, go for it.
Yeah, sorry, man. How you going?
Yeah, doing great. How you doing?
Just going back.
Yeah, good. Jump in, Charlie. Charlie Plumber.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, just going back to Bitcoin as a safe asset. So people were telling me about Bitcoin back when it was like $3,000 or whatever, and, never paid attention to it because working, busy with life and whatnot. And then it came up in my feed as an all-time high back in October last year. So started getting interested in it and whatnot, and started studying and spent probably
All right, Charlie, I don't
1,000
want to be
hours
rude,
watching
but
Simon's
Charlie,
stuff.
this
Yep,
isn't a Bitcoin space, so
yep.
unless it's relevant to geopolitics.
Well, just going back to how it's a safe asset, and if people actually put their time and effort in, they'll understand that the stock market and housing, everything else is controlled. That this is the only thing we have as close to gold
Cool.
that you can hold yourself.
Deep. Okay, cool. Thanks for that.
Appreciate that, Charlie.
Beatrix,
Thank you
up
very
to you.
much. Yes, thank you very much. Cyrus, listen, I want to say something, right? So, when we talk, and you'll have heard me earlier talk about America, we generally mean the West. It's an interchangeable term on this space. So when I talk about American foreign policy, you heard me earlier talk about Europe and the UK and America, and now we all have blood on our hands. So occasionally we have idiots. I'm not saying that's you because you're a friend on the panel, but we do have idiots that will say things like, oh, they're always talking about America, or they're not American, or something. Everything America does affects the world. It literally is affecting me right now, sat here in my home in London. Okay. The double blockade on Strait of Hormuz, it's put costs up in London. So I think that when things affect the world is entitled to speak about it. So then you can't say you're not even living in America. I mean, I love America. We all love America, but like, that's not the point. We're not here to glorify. We're here to talk about the issues. We spend a long time talking about the issues in the UK. I mentioned India. None of us are in India. I asked Simon's advice on India because this thing that's happening now
Just
is
want to
affecting
welcome
the
Colonel
whole
Lauren.
world. And there's no hierarchy here, right? So we are like a space that believes all man is equal, which is why you'll never hear anybody be allowed to chastise anybody of any faith or anybody of any color, anything like that on our space, because all man is equal. So nationality just doesn't come into it. So for me personally, this is my personal opinion, I believe nationalism is a disease.
Right.
I believe that nationalism is tearing apart like our nations, the UK, for example. It's going to result in a civil war in the UK.
Beatrix,
But anyway,
we're in
that's a separate
100%
issue.
agreement. You guys are mistaking my what I'm taking as dangerous messaging, that the system is corporate and don't vote. Your vote doesn't matter. The system is hijacked. You're about to be broker. You're about to be poor. That means give up. That means be complacent. The age is coming. You're not going to have a job. It's over for you, and try to save up as much money as possible. I'm not with that messaging. The democracy works. We can vote in people like Thomas Massey, like Marjorie Green, and
By the
Ron
way, just
Paul.
on that,
These folks,
Cyrus,
if
I'm going to
we
let you continue. Just on that one important point. Basically, they've done a hit piece on Robert Massey now. I haven't looked into it in detail. It looks like it's fake news, but he's now losing according to a number of polls and prediction markets as well. So Zionists, this is showing the power of Zionism. But yeah, back to you.
They spend 9 million, Suleiman. How dangerous is that? So great point, and that goes to show the awesome power of the Israel lobby. So if you want to talk about influence, talk about APAC. And Simon completely discounts the influence of Israel. He just says that Israel is a 51st state, right? Where in fact it's not. So that means America is completely complicit, whereas we don't have a choice than to isolate them. Israel's already losing favor. The divorce is happening. I think it's going to take about 10 years. So APAC just spent $9 million on a House of Representatives candidate to beat Thomas Massey. That's how dangerous freedom is, right? So obviously the democracy works. Obviously the American vote still
But
matters.
if
And to your
Massey
point,
loses, do you think how much do you think democracy works, and how much do you think it's actually about how much money you put in?
it's a marathon, right? And the American spirit is resilient, right? So that's why when non-Americans speak on our democracy being dead, I take it personal. And I'm not attacking Simon, calling him an idiot. I've been very polite, and I'm
Right.
challenging his economic
This is your
positions.
low IQ way of saying it. No one's saying democracy is dead. Listen, you need to wake up. So the point in terms of voting being an issue, and the fact that a lobby, and maybe you don't know the impact of this, but if you studied it, you'd know that actually what data shows is, largely speaking, but this isn't always the case, and this is why we should always rely on the other case, that whoever pours the most money into any election, whether the UK, the US, anywhere in the world, so you keep saying US, and I kept on telling you, you're doing this in a manipulative manner, and it's actually getting me annoyed. I don't care if you're debating with Simon, but you keep saying, oh, who's Americans? And I'm telling you, my space is about Americans. I know Americans better than you do because you clearly do not understand the zeitgeist. Like when you talk, you make contradictory points every single time that no one even knows what you're saying. So coming back to the point, irrespective of which country it is, whether it's the US, whether it's the UK, whether it's Europe, whether it's anywhere else, actually, to be honest, I don't trust most voting mechanisms. I think most of them are controlled. I think either they cheat or steal or they do other manipulations. But that being said, if you really, 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 really believe it, that there isn't manipulation and there isn't cheating going on, then and by the way, change isn't through just elections. I still think you need to try with elections. That's why we're supporting people like Dan Bilzerian. This is why we're supporting people like Anthony Aguilar. This is why we're supporting people like Greg Stoker. This is why we're supporting any of these Jose Vega and all of these anti-Israel candidates. But if I had to be really honest, in the back of my mind, I know for all of them it's a very, very tall order. And the reason it's a very, very tall order is because of the extreme power of the Zionist lobby. Because when you have money, you can go on the ground, you can send leaflets to every single place. Like all of these people I speak to, they're literally exhausted. Anthony Aguilar, as an example, he's exhausted going and making sure he does all the events, the ground game, all that kind of stuff. And this is why finances and money matter. So it's not about democracy being dead. And by the way, I'm not even sure democracy is the right way because, as I explained to you many times on this space, that even though you may be a lover of democracy, but democracies can be controlled. And a good example is how Israel's taken control over these democracies. And I'm not saying I like monarchies because monarchies you can have an evil king. And I don't think that theocracies are always the best thing because you could have an evil extreme, for example, ideology that is in charge of a theocracy. And I'm not even saying, well, I think what's all this anyway. Any of the other systems are there's flaws and positives and all these things. So you just keep on using cliches. And I thought you were a lot more smarter than that. You can have actually a nuanced intellectual conversation. And so again, when you said, "Oh, guess what? We're a democracy. People are attacking our democracies." No, no one's attacking your democracy, bro. We're going into the details and the nuance of the point.
Yeah,
And I'll
Suleiman,
just add one thing because you said that I discount the Zionist lobby. No, I just put the Zionist lobby in proportion to what I think their agenda serves. And of course, they're a big lobby. And there are 15 other lobbies that I follow rather than just following one lobby. And I look at specifically what they fund, who they fund, and how they monetize it and what agenda it serves. And then I look at what amount of money is maintained in propping up the state of Israel versus how much goes into the stock market, how that valuation goes, and who directly benefits from that as shareholders. So it's not like, oh, I haven't read the Israeli lobby and I don't know the theory of Zionism and AIPAC and the history of it. I know that story. I know what it works, but I go through that and I put it in the context of what I think has proportionately more power and what agenda it serves. And so you just focus on the 14th, the 14th lobby. I focus on all 15.
yeah, well, I don't see the other 13 or 14, whatever the number is, pushing $9 million to beat Thomas Massey. They're the only foreign influence that's nefarious, that's pushing the apartheid state and moving our foreign policy. If you've listened to me here before, Suleiman, on these subjects, you would have heard me talk about
Well,
the
on the
campaign
lobby thing,
finance.
I'm in agreement with you, Cyrus. I think that the Israeli lobby is
Is the
extremely
one.
impactful, and there's a reason why 97% of the candidates that they get behind win. And other lobbies may do it for like financial gains. Although, for example, and you need to look at all these lobbies. So a good example is the marijuana lobby. So like the marijuana lobby, as an example, they went to Florida and they made a deal with Ron DeSantis. But who is the marijuana lobby? They were all Israeli Zionists, and they were all Zionists. And so Lev Parnas told me this himself. He said that literally Ron DeSantis is the guy that as long as you pay him, he will go your way. And so the marijuana lobby, which is full of Zionists, I believe it was all Israelis, but if not Israelis, they're definitely Jewish Zionists, went and paid Ron DeSantis, and Ron DeSantis then made pro marijuana decisions. And this is the same with Ron DeSantis in terms of the Israeli lobby. And so, I mean, marijuana is obviously harmful, but when we're talking about Israel, A, it's a foreign nation, but B, actually ends up being the same people, largely speaking, Zionists. So, first of all, you need to look at who these lobby groups are. But that being said, specifically, the foreign lobby is hugely problematic. And it's not just about how much money is given to these people, it's about, for example, Qatar. Qatar gives much more money than Israel, right? And yet they wouldn't care that Qatar got hit. So it's not just solely based on dollar value. I think there's a lot more other issues about it. And the Israelis have just completely worked out the system better than anyone else, and this is why the Arab Gulf states are having to like throw money upon money upon money, and run around and still be treated as like the bottom. So I think that, I mean, in the lobby thing, I agree with you, Cyrus. But obviously, I was talking about the other
Yeah,
part.
Suleiman,
which I agree, but I think if you just play the mental exercise of thinking of Israel as the 51st state of America with plausible deniability, where you can commit your crimes against humanity and you can launder money through the system, it makes perfect sense why
but
Israel
they're
gets
not that.
preference.
They're an
It,
independent nation state, and they're
I,
losing favor in the U.S. That's a very
I,
dangerous messaging you're saying,
I,
Simon. It's nonsensical. They're not a 51st
Let him
state.
finish. Cyrus, let Simon finish, please, because I wanted to chime in, but I'm waiting for Simon to finish because I want to hear what he has to say, and then I'll come to you, Cyrus. Go ahead,
yeah,
Simon.
just play the mental exercise of good cop, bad cop, and imagining you want to launder lots of money out of the American people and into the American corporation. You want to test military technology. You want to commit a genocide. You want to cause lots of problems. You want to destabilize a region. You want to make sure that there is never a competing force, and work through it. And just think about what would be a great way of committing all sorts of crimes against humanity. And if we ever get caught on it, then we've got a lovely story of how it's not us, it was them. And I'm talking about the worst crimes against humanity. And then if you read a book like Confessions of an Economic Hitman, you'll realize why it's all done through these different entities and these different. And so just try it on for size, and then it will make sense that you don't need to blackmail Trump. Trump is happy making shitloads of money. Trump is happy laundering money. Trump is happy doing what he's been paid to do. You really don't need to blackmail him on top because he's more than happy to do what he's doing. And it just, if you try that on for size, and you might, it might make sense why Israel's treated so differently to all the other countries.
Yeah, thanks, Simon. So I want to say, Cyrus, you're right about APAC. Okay, I agree with you, but I also agree with Suleiman, and I also agree with Simon because I'll tell you what I
But
don't
how can
agree
you agree
with.
with
When
all of us?
you
We've all
say
made different points. It's like a school
no,
teacher
no, no,
saying you
I'm going
agree
to
with all of us.
explain.
What are you talking about?
I'm going to
Bruv, I think you're gonna
explain.
fail on this. Go ahead.
I'm not going to fail. I'm not going to fail. It's all in my head. It's all in my little brain. So basically, yes, APAC, of course, it's a problem. No one's going to deny that APAC lobby and the way it does it's not a problem. But where I disagree with you, Cyrus, is that you think taking out Trump and putting in someone like Tom. I mean, personally, my thoughts on Thomas Massey are not what everybody else's thoughts are. But let's just say he was a really great guy and everybody agreed. You think putting him in instead of Trump changes something? It changes nothing because this is systematic. And so when you look at what Suleiman said about how they went and bribed the hemp for whatever weed, marijuana, whatever lobby, went and bribed DeSantis, they could do that because that's how the system operates, right? Money talks. I was looking up today, coincidentally, because I'd read a lot about this before, but then obviously things, you kind of, when you're not on the topic, how they actually what they did with Halliburton and all these big corporations in the Iraq War. So it's actually the Halliburton thing. Halliburton was paid from federal taxes. All of American taxes built up Halliburton as a company. It was daylight robbery. It's what Simon says, that, one side goes in and destroys, the other side gets big contracts to rebuild. And that's how these big corporations make money. This is systematic. Now, one person changing one person in government is not going to change that. And the same applies to the UK. This is why I'm astonished that people actually think that Keir Starmer can wake up and make a decision. He's not the decision maker in the UK. He takes the orders from the big corporations that fund him, that back him. It's the money. So this whole thing is bigger than one person. It is systematic. So nobody's saying that democracy is not a good thing. In an ideal world, it should be one man, one vote without any kind of funding or anything like that. It could work through donations, clean politics from all the corruptions, and then show me a democratic model. But there isn't one, right? Our countries are not governed without the corruption. Hence why we talk about the fact that voting doesn't work. And I can give you real life examples. Jeremy Corbyn, they threw everything at him in the UK. You probably don't know him. Look him up if you don't know him. Andy's not here, but Andy's very up to date with UK politics. Anti-genocide, pro-Palestine, pro-humanity, right? Completely pro-humanity. And do you know what? Yes, like I would have had to pay a lot more taxes under Jeremy Corbyn, but he wanted everybody to have equal human rights. He wanted the poor people to have in this country a better standard of living. I'm up for that. I'm up for like everyone to have something better in life. I don't want to be rich while people are sleeping on the streets in a country. So he was a really good guy and they threw everything at him. The whole, he's anti-Semitic, we're going to do inquiries. He had people he was the leader of the party. He was standing as for the prime ministerial elections and he had people within his party going on national TV saying, I'm not going to stab him in the back. I'm going to stab him in the front. People within his own party saying that on national TV. These were all Zionists, by the way. They threw everything at him. And do you know what? How badly this country wanted him. He lost, but he only lost by 2,500 votes or 2,600 votes. And if they hadn't have thrown everything at him, he would have won with a massive landslide. That Labour Party had the most amount of members while he was the leader of it. Today, that same party, Keir Starmer came in after him as leader, has the least amount of members. And yet Keir Starmer is our prime minister. This is not freaking democracy. This is corruption, Cyrus. The establishment, the machinery, the media, all of this is systematic. Changing one man doesn't change anything. That's all I wanted to say. Now back to you, Cyrus.
Thanks, Beatrix. Yeah, and it's systemic for sure. And also it takes, the Congress, it takes institutions changing, it takes a lot of fundamental changes for this to go back to the way it should be under our democracy, right? So my point that I'm contesting against what Simon is saying is that corporations don't dictate our foreign policy. Oil companies didn't go and lobby for the war. It was APAC, right? So the campaign finance system is broken, that both APAC and other special interest groups have used these cracks in our system to take advantage and enrich themselves, no doubt. But the main point I'm trying to push is that great powers get into wars generally for their interest to expand their power and influence, right? So that's the main motif, and that's how it's been throughout history. That is, when you study international relations theory, this is all of them, that no matter which one you subscribe to, they all say the same thing. It's not, corporations have been around in one form or other for ages, right? And they function and form, and their shape is dictated by the state, right? The state, the greater good, is what pushes it, whether they're communism, where they're willing to sacrifice individual rights and individual wealth for the greater good of the state imposing power, as the Soviet Union did, or a liberal hegemony like us, that we're trying to bring it under a brand of democracy, but in fact, we're doing a selfish act of expanding our power, enriching ourselves. The only reason American companies are so wealthy is because they are in a regional hegemon. America is a regional hegemon of the Western Hemisphere, and we've dominated. So the companies clearly will do better than some, second-rate country that is not as relevant, right? So the notion that our democracy is predicated and all of our actions are predicated on the banking elite or the military-industrial complex,
Right. So
that
there's
accounts,
look, come on.
that
So
accounts for
there's
10%
only
that
one
accounts for
lobby.
10% of
So
our GDP.
you're so contradictory. So you're saying
Where's
that
where's the contradiction?
the government's in charge, yet APAC is an exception. So they're the only lobby that is able to control, and all other lobbies, they've got no other influence whatsoever. The companies don't have influence. They're subordinate to the state. You think America is China, which is just laughable in terms of its actual construct. And if you study the empires, let's just take the last 400 years. The last 400 years was the Dutch central bank setting up a bond market and a stock market that supported and was controlled by the Dutch East India Company. Do the same thought exercise with the British Empire. It was the Bank of England that was effectively a printing press for the British East India Company. And they bankrupt the country at the end of it, and the people end up with all the debt. And then it goes through a low growth phase whenever the banksters decide that they've extracted as much assets as they can from that empire. And
Yeah,
there
but
is, that's
we're talking about the
exactly
American Empire, but we're talking modern times. We're talking modern
corporation.
times. It has no relevance here, right? We're talking about the American system and our
Okay, so
financial
now
world,
let's
right?
do the
So,
American system.
and by the way, I never said the other lobbies have no power. So the tobacco lobby pushes laws that benefit them. The pharmaceutical lobby gets drugs passed in the FDA, but they're not starting wars. The oil lobby is not trying to close the Strait of Hormuz. The notion that private companies are pushing our foreign policy and how we interact with the world is just categorically false. You should really sit down with Professor Pape. He will run through you with all the facts you need. He's way above my class. So
Okay, but yeah,
your notion is out there. No real academic in any field, either economics or
yeah,
international relations,
exactly. I
will agree
escaped.
with you.
I went through that indoctrination system. I studied Austrian economics. I studied Keynesian economics. I studied classical economics. I also studied the funding of the university and college system. In fact, I went round University College of London, London School of. I've been where you've been. I've been in those different things. Follow the money of where those economic thoughts come up. Look at how those papers are published. Look at who funds the papers that are actually published and who they serve and who set them up in the first place. Because it was banksters that set them up, it was corporations that funded them, and they were mechanisms for indoctrinating people so that they could have workers.
You're
And
conflating the
then you could end
banksters.
up with debt
You're
slaves that would be
conflating the
paying
banksters.
interest on their degree and their masters. And then you could turn economists into debt dealers, and you could turn doctors into drug dealers, and you could support publishing of their papers that served a corporate agenda. And you can see the network of shell companies all around it, and what these think tanks are, and who these think tanks are funded, and these groups of businesses that use governments as puppets, use these governments as piggy banks. And to say that the country that is more money hungry with the largest capital markets in the world, that is the one that the government actually controls, is like completely laughable.
Yeah, what you're explaining is corporate corruption, and it's all accurate. It is absolute power corrupts, and it is 100% true. And because of the lack of safeguards, they've been able to
Enough
do
said, but you're saying that the US
untold damage.
government's in charge.
The U.S. government's in charge, 100%. The system is intact.
All right, I'm done. I'm
These are
done.
corporations that operate within the system. You know, I mean, your notion is way out there. You know, you read all these great theorists, and then you land on John Perkins, a fake NSA employee. I mean, you know, they would have killed him if he came out and gave up all their secrets. You know, that's not. He didn't work for the NSA. You know, but he does make some historical accounts. The corporate corruption, 100%. You're correct. You say a lot of facts, Simon, but you push a narrative that it's all corporations, and you separate them from the banking cartels. You don't give any credence
What are
to
you
Rothschilds,
talking about?
to the
What are you
Rothschilds and the
talking
Warburgs.
about? I
Listen,
separate the corporations from the banking. My
you know,
entire theory, if you have been
let me
listening,
explain. I'm talking about the
if your my
Rothschilds and the
entire
Warburgs,
theory
the
is
folks that set up the you discount. You say the
sorry.
Rothschilds are
Oh my
irrelevant, but they're
God!
not. This is their system, right? You
Look,
you
look.
give no.
Are
You're
you
like, oh,
just are you just gaslighting me?
there's
I
no
mean, I
gaslighting.
must have talked about the entire history of every central bank in the world and every bank in the world for 25 years and gone through videos where I could give you a 10-hour video where I've gone through the entire history of the Rothschilds, the rise, the markets that they cornered, the ones that they were left with, where they hold their wealth nowadays, what companies they're shareholders in, which power they still have to the best. Like, yeah, and you're saying
That's
no,
the
no,
visible.
no, no,
That's the
you don't
visible
even study
Rothschilds.
them. Like,
That's
there's
the
something.
visible. That's the visible Rothschilds. You know, the Warburgs and J.P. Morgans. They set up the Federal Reserve System. The Black Rocks, the State Street. They're part of that same cartel. But you don't make the
Okay, look,
but you're saying they're not. You're saying they're not
just
connected.
please understand, right? I have done my homework on this subject. You're not telling me something new, and I'm not trying to be arrogant, but there is one subject that I have very sadly, for 25 years of my life, studied, and that is the subject that you're trying to tell me that I haven't studied and I don't know what I'm talking about. And so, excuse me if I get a little bit offended by that. And then you say, oh, you discount the banks. My entire theory is that there is a financial industrial complex that includes asset managers, that includes central banks, that includes private equity, that includes venture capital, that includes investment banks and retail banks. And they're the most important corporation, and they control all the levers of power. They control all the levers of power, and underneath it is an optical illusion that needs people like you indoctrinating to believing that the government's actually in charge. And that
Yeah,
NSA
so
you're
nobody
talking
should vote,
about, and
right?
that
So just
CIA that you're talking about, and that
just tell the
Mossad
American
that you're
audience,
talking about,
just to say
they
it in
all
plain
work
English,
for
stop
corporate
voting.
interests. They're all corporate
What I'm saying,
contractors.
but just tell the world, you know, you have a big platform. Tell everybody, stop voting. Your vote matters not.
Cyrus, 1 second. Just a quick one. Guys, just want to read this. I'm going to give it back to you, Cyrus. I'm not interrupting you. Just a quick one because I feel bad because this person sent it a while ago. Moses with an awesome super chat saying, don't worry, Sully. We blame Beatrix either way with the frustration. Yeah, I mean, it's like 99, like 100% of the time, it's always her, to be honest. This is true. In addition to that,
What? So hang on.
yes, indeed. In addition to
What?
that, there is,
Let me boot Jonah. So there, like this, like anything that happens on this space is like Beatrix's fault. How does
well,
that even work? There's like 2 resident trolls that just go there. They literally leave extras to go there and blame me
where's
for
the lie,
whatever
Beatrix?
goes on.
Where's the lie?
Let me ask everybody a favor quickly.
No,
Sorry,
go for
Suleiman,
it.
did you want to continue with something? Yeah. So I want to ask everyone to do me a favor. We are like, I think 25 people away from hitting 5K on the Moral Resistance YouTube channel. If you look above myself and Suleiman, you'll see a tweet in the nest. Guys, please go and click on that YouTube link. I want you to do a few things for me. Click on that YouTube link. Go and press the thumbs up, right? And go and press the bell icon. That's really important. You'll get your notifications. That's where he does all his interviews. Retweet that tweet. Ask other people to follow it. Quote tweet it. If you quote tweet it, allow Suleiman to retweet all the quote tweets. Put a comment underneath it. Look at Andy, he's already there. He's put a comment underneath it saying, we are the Moral Resistance. Suleiman does great interviews. Appreciate you, Andy. So, guys, I want everybody to do that. Before we end the space, I'd like to see us hit 5,000. Dr. Athusa straight away, she was on it. And Dr. Athusa, I'm coming to you straight away. Silver Sailor on it straight away. Thank you so much. Quote tweet it, guys. Put a comment underneath it and make sure that you're following it. Press the bell icon. I see some quote tweets are starting to come through as well. I really appreciate everyone who's doing it. Proton, thank you. Andrew, thank you. Guys, keep going so that we can hit the 5,000. One thing I will just say on what we were talking about is like Suleiman has people that he interviews. He has military experts, military analysis. He has people who've got like a lot of contacts, like in Lebanon, they say, like Ryan Dawson. And then he has financial experts, and Simon is the financial expert. That's his bread and butter. So I will say that just to vouch for him. Let me go to Dr. Athusa, and then I will let
Just
you
before you go,
jump in
Dr. Tusa, I know
afterwards.
she's been for a while,
Yeah.
but Ryan's here as well. I want to welcome Ryan to the stage. Ryan, how you doing?
I'm good.
Well, I can't see him. It's almost like I said his name and he appeared.
Yeah, he was here already.
I was listening. They were blaming Beatrix for everything. I heard it all.
W.
Yeah, on all those geopolitical analysts and military analysts agree. We were at war with Iran because of Israel, not because of some banking cabal or anything like that. We're there from Israeli pressure. Trump has been completely captured by the Epstein class. That's why we call it Epstein Fury. It was predictable. Netanyahu wrote a book about all the countries he wanted us to invade, and we've been doing it. It's crystal clear. Don't have to change predictions or anything. Don't have to switch rationales as to which faction's winning. It's always the Zionist. Very clear. Sully, I want to know when our interview we did yesterday is going to drop, because I made a bunch of predictions about China.
I've scheduled it for 2 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. No, yeah, 2 p.m. Eastern tomorrow.
I wanted it before he hits China. All right, it is what it is.
I can do it. I can do it at 4:30 today, but then it's just gonna be like I wanted more people to see it.
Well, give it to me so I can put it on my people at least. It's fine. Whatever. Talk to me later about your shop stuff. I'll help you out with that.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, I need to get that sorted because we've got some merch we want to get out.
All right.
Appreciate it, right?
Cool. You should get Jeff Curry on too about some of the economic things.
Who?
Jeff Curry.
Okay, yeah, I'll take a look at him for sure. How's things anyway? You doing good?
Oh, well, Hezbollah got a nice semi-victory on Israel this morning, my time, which is always fun. It's amazing. They're even able to film drones with other drones. That's how bad Israel's getting smacked. The problem is they always take the revenge out on Lebanese civilians.
Yeah. They do, unfortunately.
Do you see Thomas Massey? Like he's starting to loot. They came out with some BS
Yeah, we
scandal.
talked about that. What's the allegation?
Oh, some ex-girlfriend or something. I didn't pay attention to it. I'm like, oh, the timing. You know, just before the election, you're going to come out with some false accusation because you know by the time it gets resolved, it'll be too late.
Yeah, exactly. That's why they do it. But I saw in the polls and the prediction markets, he's like dropped down now, right? He's losing.
Well, prediction, whatever. We know who runs those two. It's he is down by at least a point, and he could lose. He's an incumbent. I mean, they have like a 98% return rate, but APAC and all the usual bell ringing, wall kissing suspects have piled on against him. Trump too, because they own him, and they're going to try and push him out of office. And it looks like they're going to do it. And this is the guy that helped get the Epstein files released. He should be like automatic reelected for infinity, going after child predators. Nah, they don't care. They do enough ads in his district, you know, just lying and bashing about him. Adelson's put in millions. Paul Singer's put in millions. And when you say AIPAC and UDP, Friends of Israel, Christian Zionists, all these little groups, that's just the billionaire Jew money anyway. Like, who do you think is giving money to AIPAC? Who do you think giving money to UDP? It's the same clique. It's the Epstein list. Like, these people run our politicians. They choose our congressmen. You get out of line, your career's over. But at least he's forcing them to show their hand. Like, they've dumped so much money into his opponents' coffers openly. It's like they ought to be registered under FARA, but it's not like, oh, it's not an Israeli lobby, it's a Jewish lobby. Bullshit. It's an Israeli lobby. The I in AIPAC stands for Israel. It's got nothing to do with Jews. What would that even mean anyway? Like, it's a lobby for a foreign state for foreign interest so that we continue to go to war for Israel, which they wouldn't need and wouldn't have to exist if it was all just for the banks.
Yeah. And what's your thoughts on this China-Iran summit? There seems like there's a lot of he's taken the entire oligarchs with him.
Trump is so stupid. Like, you can kind of guess at what he's about to do based on things he's already said. You know, prudence is king. Remember, him, Hegseth, and little Narco Rubio, they've all repeated this point. Why doesn't China help us open the Strait of Hormuz? We're doing it for them. It was already open before you attacked. You're the whole reason it's closed. That part of the story doesn't dawn on them. Like, no, China's not going to help you reopen the Strait of Hormuz because China's getting its oil. It's allowed out. But no, they're not going to do that. No, you're not going to get uranium from Iran. You had that opportunity's gone. Russia, China, nobody is getting that out because they need that as a deterrent against getting nuked themselves. When they talk about all these security guarantees, like, okay, the blah, blah, nice words. Security is based on power, not promises. And the leverage that Iran has is two things: holding on to that enriched uranium so you don't know whether they're going to build a bomb or not, and closing the strait. They can't let go of either one. So, and I don't know what he expects China to do about that or why they would do anything about that. And then as far as the trade deals go, he's always goes in threatening tariffs and this and that. And it's just like, it goes right against his own interests. He thinks he's Lincoln. I guess he kind of is. Lincoln wrecked the economy too. I don't expect this meeting to go very well. They rolled out the red carpet for him because they know he's a narcissistic maniac and they know how to butter him up. But I wouldn't expect much out of this as far as Iran goes. Like, China's not going to help the United States get out of the mess. They love watching the U.S. blow through their interceptors and all their standoff munitions. Like, it makes a less of a threat to themselves. I mean, watching America run into a brick wall face first, I think the Chinese just sat there drinking tea and laughing. Like, why would they stop us when when your enemy's making a mess? Let them continue. Why intervene?
Did you see the report? I forgot from whom the report was now, but something along the lines of China has agreed with America that Iran shouldn't be charging a toll on the Strait of Hormuz and will not be allowed to do so.
Was this Axios? Who said that?
1 second, let me tell you.
I think it was
Reuters,
Reuters. I'll just read it out to you. I've got it here. So basically, Reuters reported it and said that the US and China have agreed that no country should charge shipping tolls in the Strait of Hormuz. According to the State Department, the issue was discussed by US Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi ahead of a Trump-Xi summit in Beijing, and Reuters reported that and said that's coming out of the State Department.
I'm going to look in the Asian media and see what that actually means, because the toll booth isn't even uniform. It's like these ships can go, these ships cannot. Iran has demanded reparations, and I wonder if that part of the discussion has been omitted. Like, yeah, if you guys would just pay them directly, then we don't need a toll. You have a toll on the Suez Canal, you have a toll on the Panama Canal, you have a toll, like, this isn't unusual for them. I mean, I agree they should probably split it with Oman since that water belongs to both, but whatever. We'll see. I'd like it there not to be a toll. It would have, I don't want gas prices going up for myself or anyone else. But I understand why Iran would do that and has the ability and right to do it. I mean, rights, whatever. Like, if you have the ability to do it, you can do it, right? We live in a might makes right world. That's what America has set up as a standard. There is no international law. There is no anything. So it's just like, if they can do it, then they will. But the reason they're able to do it, and they never did it before, is because you attack them during negotiations and you cause millions of dollars in damage. And these Gulf states assisted in the attack, so they're going to pay the price. If you're not going to lift sanctions and unfreeze assets, then they got to get that money some other way. So if they're going to lift the toll, then you got to relieve all sanctions and unfreeze all assets and move, back to the Atlantic. And then maybe they won't need a toll because they'd have their own money back. But he isn't doing that. So as long as the conditions are the way they are, then I'm saying I'll happily fill up on gas at $5 a gallon or whatever if I know the Gulf states and Israel are suffering from it. But that is something to point out too. They're going to pay initially, but ultimately the consumer pays, because they're going to pass the burden of, if you're going to make us pay a toll, then we're just going to increase the price. Like, ultimately, it's always consumers that pay at the end.
I mean, yeah, let's see what the China thing is, because if that's true, that's not great, right? Is it?
And it might be true. It's just everything. It's gotten to the point where they lie so much every day that you have to check it. What did Iran say? What did China say? Not Reuters said. They said, I need to see them say it. What's missing? Because they always lie.
Yeah, true. Anything else, Ryan? Any other news?
Yeah, you'll see soon. There's something about to drop from Dan Bilzerian, and it's a banger. Just wait.
Cool. Okay, let's go to Dr. Atusa. Dr. Atusa, jump in. I can't hear Dr. Atusa. Can you guys hear?
No, Dr. Tusa, you might have to rejoin these guys probably jinxed your mic. We can't hear you.
No chicks on the
Oh my
panel.
god.
Even God don't want to listen to the chicks. Let me just read this super chat.
She gonna
It
rejoin?
says, "Oh, so now she pretends to do some work." And someone else says, "Sully's carrying the space on his back. His back's hurting so much by carrying it." This is all true. No truer words have been stated. No accurate information has been relayed.
That was Moses again, wasn't
It
it?
may or may not
When I was
be. It
plugging
may or
your
may not. It
YouTube
may or may
channel,
not be. I can
he
neither
said I was
confirm or
trying to
deny.
out. Now I
I
was
can neither
pretending to
dox
do
the
some
person
work.
who gave that information, who gave that super chat.
He's saying I'm pretending to do some work. These people, oh my god.
Who jinxed me?
Let's
You,
see. Oh, do you know it's probably Jonah, isn't it? What can I say?
no,
WEF
the
Carson
white
Jonah
Smooth
and
supremacist
Jonas.
to
Cyrus.
her.
Okay. So I wanted to go back to that conversation between Cyrus and Simon. So I don't see it as like black and white, that it's either just the Zionist, whatchamacallit, APAC, or the corporations. But here, what I want to kind of offer. So I'm sure both Cyrus and Simon have heard about the Council on Foreign Relations, obviously, and World Economic Forum, and the Bilderberg Group. These are the think tanks that meet yearly. Some of their meetings are private, but they basically make economical decisions. Most of them are sitting on the boards of major banks and corporations, namely, the handful of these companies own 80% of the shares in the stock market. BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street. So you know that, and most of the CEOs, I've seen a list. Like a lot of the CEOs on, the top banks, and tech companies and AI companies and pharmaceutical companies actually happen to be Jewish. And so I think it's a combination, like a soup, like a toxic soup, that really doesn't make democracy possible. Because, Cyrus, when you keep saying nation state, that isn't really, and Cyrus, don't interrupt me. Let me finish. And when you say nation state, a nation state, okay, how does it operate? How does it function? They have a judiciary, a executive branch, a legislative branch, but all of these guys are bought and paid by the corporations. Only the judiciary could give us a little bit of hope, but you know that they're also appointed by the president. So also, if you want to look at campaign finance, we only have to thank Hillary Clinton with the Citizens United, that basically made the judiciary uh, uh, basically give the political influence to corporations and wealthy donors. That really changed the trajectory of a campaign finance and how much leverage the nation has to elect their favored politicians, candidates, etc. And look at
Why Hillary Clinton? Citizens United was in place before Hillary Clinton took power.
so maybe I'm getting the timing wrong, but don't interrupt me, Joa.
Is it being a white supremacist to interrupt? Just wondering.
Yeah, kind of,
Yeah, of
because I
course.
didn't hear you. No,
Jonah,
I'm
Dr.
joking.
Atusa, it's Jonah.
When I said yes, I was joking, because I understand that I said it before.
No, say it's Jonah. I don't know who Joa is. Were you talking to Jonah?
Oh, Joa. Okay,
Jonah.
his name is Jonah. Why does it say Joah?
Women,
Anyways, let's
Dr.
not.
Atusa, not every woman can read. I'm sorry.
There is something I'm trying to
See,
say here.
Beatrix, Dr.
So
Joe, Dr. Atusa can't read your. She's realized she's reading, and she knows that what you're saying is propaganda and fake news. You've been debunked accidentally, Beatrix. But back to you, Dr. Atusa.
that's funny. Anyways, so I'm trying to say that what Cyrus keeps saying, that we have a democracy and it's a nation state. Okay, it's a nation state, but how does our politics operate? We really can't elect anybody that we like. Here you go, Thomas Massey is being challenged by billions of dollars. Yeah, okay, APAC. But a lot of times it's not just APAC. APAC is the main one. That's the biggest lobbyist, right? But it's
Hey, so
also
far, everything you said, I agree 100%. That's not what Simon is saying. Simon's saying America is a corporation run by technocrats, and that our elected officials
it is run
have no power.
it is run by the technocrats. So it's
Okay,
like
so you go ahead
so
and
in
believe that,
the
then everybody stop voting, right? Tell the
okay,
world to
so
do not
don't
vote ever again.
you
Don't
act
everybody.
like it.
Oh my God, Cyrus, let
Cyrus,
him finish.
I'm really
Let him
surprised
finish.
that you say you're 40 some years old, and I say that like a sister. Okay, so I don't know. I mean, you kind of sound like a 20 some year old because you keep on interrupting. Your tone of voice is like high pitched and it's not kind of mature. I'm not saying you're not mature. I'm not saying you're not smart. Okay, you're very smart. You're probably
Hey,
highly
this is not about
educated.
me. This is about the subject we're talking about. This is
Yeah,
not about my
but
age. It's about the
you keep on
substance of the message I'm
interrupting
getting
me.
across. It's dangerous messaging to say the corporations
Don't
run your world and
No,
don't
it's not
vote, right? So I'm
dangerous.
standing up to
No,
that
it's not
false
dangerous.
narrative that
Nothing.
people push.
This is called freedom of speech. Nothing in the freedom of speech is dangerous. People who use this kind of lingo, like what you're saying, is dangerous. It's dangerous to our democracy. That's actually a sort of a lingo that is used by both parties to shut people up, to cancel people. This is a part of cancel culture. Okay, nothing we say in this platform is dangerous. It's our opinion. What Cyrus says, you kept telling Cyrus, this is dangerous. All academics are saying that, academia is teaching a lot of BS,
But let's talk about the
unfortunately.
message. So you're saying corporations run our country, so our voting doesn't matter, right? So let's
No, it
just don't
doesn't
vote.
matter. You know
So
why?
let's talk
Because
about that. You
Nancy
keep talking about
Pelosi,
that I'm
because
immature,
Nancy
I'm this, I'm
Pelosi's,
that, but
let me
you're
finish.
failing to address the big
Do
issue.
not
Is that
interrupt me. Let me finish.
so?
So
Stop
if
talking
we
about
had
me.
a
Talk
demo,
about the
you see,
subject,
like you
right?
can't shut up. You just can't. You just can't shut up every
Well,
time.
talk about the
I
subject. Don't talk
talk,
about me. I'll
you
stop
keep
talking.
on
Okay.
interrupting. I don't know why you think you can interrupt me or interrupt everybody else. Like, I don't know where is this sense of entitlement for a
You
40
kept saying
some year old.
Cyrus this, Cyrus that. You immediately
Okay,
jumped into
Cyrus, you're
conversation, right?
killing
You
my,
kept
you're
mentioning
killing
me,
the
so I
So
jumped
space.
in. I won't.
so
I'll
if we had
Cyrus,
democracy, we wouldn't have people serving in Congress for 40 years when they don't lift a finger for the people of the nation, right? They only get richer and richer and richer, and insider trading and all of that stuff that you know about and we all know about. So yes, on paper, we're supposed to function like a democracy, but we don't function like a democracy. And if corporations have the kind of money that they can buy and sell politicians, then we do not have a democracy, and we cannot elect our favored or people that are actually wanting to work for us. Bernie Sanders, people that actually wanted to do something, and I'm not saying he's the best, but I'm saying like he can't do anything, and he's been in the Congress for 40 years. It's a sham of a system, is a sham of a democracy, and let's just accept it for what it is. Yes, it's the APAC, absolutely, but like I said, most of the CEOs that are sitting on top of the banks, the major banks, tech companies, AI companies, pharmaceutical companies are Jewish. And so go find, there is a list. If I find it, I'll send it to Soli. But so, I'll just land there. I just wanted to give you my 2 cents about the campaign finance and the mockery that they've made of how much money the corporations and wealthy donors can donate to someone like Donald Trump that got 250 billion from that women, and
Adelson, yes. It's just
yeah.
so
so
you make
just
some.
Cyrus, please mute your mic, bro. Like, this isn't the Cyrus show. I want to go to Joe, and then I'll go to Dr. Michael. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, two
Hello, can I
things.
just jump in before Joe? Guys, the tweet in the nest. I'm going to come straight to you, Joe. I just want to say the tweet in the nest. I want more people to quote tweet it, please, and put a comment underneath it and go and press the bell icon. Inevitable China, appreciate your quote tweet. He says, highly recommend you follow Sheikh Suleiman's newest channel on YouTube, which includes interview with Professor Robert Pape. Dr. Tusa says, the best interview platform. Siddharth says, follow the interview channel. Siddharth just gives a straightforward instruction. Rosie, appreciate you so much, Rosie. Let me give you a follow back, Rosie. Rosie, I can't take your follow requests because I've got hundreds now and I have to sift through them. So I followed you there, Rosie. Moral Resistance, great name, great interviews. Thank you. Silver Sailor, if you're not subscribed to this channel, you're choosing to be left behind. Appreciate all of you. Please, let's see more. It's above where you can see myself and Suleiman. There's a tweet in the nest. And make sure you press the bell icon. Press that YouTube link and go and press the bell icon. We're very close to 5,000 and I really want to hit it. Sorry, Joanna, jumping.
And Dr. Atus is on the channel as well. We interviewed her a couple of days ago. She's telling us the hantavirus is going to kill us all. Maybe she might have said it, maybe not. I don't know. Check the interview out. Go ahead, Joe.
Solomon, one, I have a question, and then if I can give the 1 minute TLDR on what's going on with Massey. One, how do Iranians reproduce? Every time there's an Iranian man and woman, they always fight on Spaces. I don't know how they get along every time. You don't need to answer that though. But the about the Massey case, what's happening? Massey apparently had a girl.
Disavow.
I'm just joking, by the way. It
So
was a
racist.
joke.
White supremacist, isn't he? That's why.
No, you can see Iranian women have very strong-willed, let's say.
Persian blood, princess blood, princess blood.
Exactly.
Oh my God, Dr. Tusa, he's blaming the woman. Don't put up with that. Don't let him blame the
That to me is
chick.
a compliment, Beatrix. That's not insult. With
Oh my God, Cyrus, he just cussed you. Like, don't put up with that.
Okay, look, the Massey thing, you're screwing me up. The Massey thing. He had a girlfriend, basically got his girlfriend a job working for his friend in Congress. When she wanted to break up with him, he basically got her fired. And in order for her not to file a wrongful termination lawsuit, he offered her $5,000. That's what she's saying. There's no proof that happened. It's just her in an interview with her lawyer. That's what the video is. There is no video of Massey. And that's what the allegation is. I actually don't even see it that serious. I don't think most Americans care that he got his girlfriend a job and then, when he broke up, got her fired. But, we'll see. But the polls did show like a big drop, but it's not like I don't know if it's just me. I don't see that as some like huge scandal.
But when you say polls, right, Joe, by the Massey has been replying to it. I was watching now, but I didn't have a chance to read it properly.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you've taken a look at Massey's replies to
No,
Will Chamberlain because he was threatening to sue him. But in terms of when you say the polls, and this is the problem with these prediction markets, and this is why I don't trust them, and this is why you shouldn't use poly market. Let me just say, because it is Thiel owned, so they can just manipulate the market. Because how does a prediction market work? Well, if Joa, let's say, is Peter Thiel, I'm not saying he is, but let's say Joe and his WF buddies were in a room together in Switzerland, in Davos, and they were like, guess what? We don't want. I'm just saying, this is just a thought experiment. I'm not saying it happened. And they were like, we don't want Massey to win. How do we manipulate the public? Because now everyone's hooked on these prediction markets. Well, specifically our prediction market. Well, what we can do is Joel say like I'll put a million in, and what's his name again? What's the head of
yeah,
WF
but
again
if you
called?
look at it, it's Solomon. But
He'll put a million in. Wait, why are you interrupting me, Joe?
Go
Do you know
ahead,
what the
go
truth
ahead.
coming out? Do you know what the truth coming out, Joe? So Larry Fink will put a million in, and the head of Davos will put a million in, and they'll basically the prediction market then will say, look, 90% chance the other person's gonna win, and 10% chance Massey wins, and so people will look at the prediction market and say, oh damn, the other guy's won, the guy's got a chance, we'll vote for him now. Actually, anyway, we thought it was going to be a no-brainer. So you manipulate the public into voting that way. So this is why you need to watch out for these prediction markets, especially these Peter Thiel owned ones. But go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
It is cheaper to get an actual poll done than it is to change a prediction market. as big as that is, right? But
it's easier. It's easier to do the
it's
poll and less work and less.
it's easier to do the prediction market. I mean,
Yeah, that's what I
right?
said. It's easier to
But
do the
way more
prediction
money.
market, less work, less risk of things getting out and these type of
Yeah, but
things.
way more money. That's the problem. But people
Plus,
do
if you can manipulate it and win, that's a bank.
right. But
Yeah, you
people
make money as
do.
well. Good one, yeah, Simon.
People do overreact to any news, right? I mean, you see that happening when Trump says the strait's open or strait's closed. Even when it's things are confirmed, you see an overreaction, right? So what's being pushed around X is the numbers with the overreaction. I actually think that's going to be back to the normal price. And about manipulating things, guys, that's happening throughout these prediction markets a lot. Probably the most ingenious but illegal thing I've seen so far was a guy bet on what the weather was, and then he went with a torch to the weather station to make sure that it was hotter than what he predicted it was going to be, so that he would win his bet. Just seconds before the weather. No, that actually
Disavow
happened,
Joe's.
Suleiman.
I know it happened. I read it. I saw it, but I'm gonna disavow
That's
Joe's
hilarious.
promotion of this. Disavow Joe's promotion of
He
this.
went to
It sounds
jail.
quite
I said
illegal.
it's illegal. He went to jail.
Oh yeah, okay, cool. Oh, you said it's illegal. Cool,
Yeah,
continue.
don't do that. But I was like, wow, that was actually kind of, you got to appreciate it, inventiveness. It was pretty crazy.
But George, you know what? On your Thomas Massey point, not the polls point, right? If there's no evidence, there's no evidence. But just let's say hypothetically, right? He got his girlfriend a job, fine, whatever. But then when she said she wanted to break up with him, he got her fired. He actually, and I'm not saying this happened, but like I'm saying if this happened in the UK and someone was standing for prime minister, or in America, if I was an American, and I found out that he'd got her fired because she just wanted out of that relationship, I'd have a problem
But how do you
with
prove
that
it?
person.
But how do you
I'd
prove
question
that?
them.
That's a problem.
No, I'm not saying that did happen. I'm saying if she had proof, because you can't just take a word for, I've done an interview with my lawyer. You just can't take that. But I'm saying if she had documentation, if she had something that was signed at the time that she was paid 5,000, if some of this stuff came out, I'd have a problem with that person like being elected in my country as an honorable leader, because I think freaking hell, you made her lose a job because she wanted out of a
But she
relationship
got
with
the
you.
job. But she
If
got the
that was
job
proven,
because
I'm
she
saying.
was in a relationship with him.
Yeah,
That's
so what? She still worked and she earned her money.
yeah, I agree.
But she got the job because
Yeah,
she didn't deserve the job, right?
exactly. She got the job because of the
No,
connection.
but how do you know? Maybe she was interviewed and stuff. Let's assume. I mean, these are all massive assumptions that she did have to go for an interview,
So
and he
all the
introduced
people
her
in
to
the
somebody in
world, she does the
Congress.
interview and she gets the job. Okay.
Well, maybe, yeah. You just don't know, do you? I'd have a problem with somebody who did that, though. Do you know what I mean?
It's like the other day,
Who got
Solomon,
somebody fired.
someone was arguing that Georgina would have been just as big of an influencer if she wasn't married to Ronaldo. Like, you got to be out of your mind.
Oh my god, that person should just literally give up on how. That is Joe. How did you even let the person even speak after that? You're Portuguese, bro. Have some national pride, bro.
Of course they didn't. I'm like, okay, don't forget, Cristiano Ronaldo was #1 most amount of fans on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, on every single platform. He was #1 above everyone else when they started dating. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous. That has no pull, right?
No one would even know that chick if it wasn't for Cristiano Ronaldo.
And they're not married, Jonah. They're only
I thought
engaged,
they are
Go
married
Google
now.
FYI.
Cristiano Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo.
Legally, I think they are. No,
They're not
legally, I think
married.
they are. They just haven't done the ceremony.
Well, I don't know. I don't go into the nitty-gritty of gossip like you
I'm
do, Jonah, so
Portuguese.
maybe you're
In
right.
Portugal, he's basically a god. So people know his
Yeah,
every
he's
move.
amazing. I mean, he's my favorite. He was like, we all love Cristiano Ronaldo.
He's a good example
He
of a
didn't kiss.
human
He didn't kiss
being
the.
who's been giving money to children since the age of 18 without
Well,
ever looking for
also as well,
praise
like
for it.
Not in that as well, Joe. Like as coming from the ends, like he just demonstrated that work ethic is like if you want to give a kid a good example, like obviously some people are naturally X, Y, and Z, but he's an example of someone who just became the best player of all time solely based on largely because of work ethic, effort, dedication, and if you do that in any field that you do, you will succeed. Like it's all about how much effort you put in and how much you like lock in. So he's a prime example. Like Messi is an example. A lot of his ability was just natural, and so he obviously
And
became
he
the
was
second
on
best based on
one of the best teams in the world, which helped a lot. He
exactly.
didn't
He
need.
was, yeah,
He needed the help, and
exactly.
Ronaldo, while his colleagues were at the clubs, Ronaldo was tying bricks to his sneakers to make it harder to juggle the ball. You know what I mean? That's what he's doing at 16. It's just he's just a good example of a dude, I think.
I agree. Totally agree. We're on the same page there, Joe. When it comes to Cristiano, but I mean, Speed. You know the YouTuber Speed?
Yeah, of course. Yes,
Like
Cristiano's scared of him now, but yeah,
is he?
yeah,
I, I don't know the latest on that, but what I do know is that like he's the biggest. He's probably he's the biggest influencer in the world, probably, or one of the biggest, probably top 3 or
yeah.
whatever.
And he became famous for being Cristiano Ronaldo's fan.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Just by saying Cristiano Ronaldo, sweet, that literally made him famous. Like, just think about that.
yeah.
And he gets like, yeah, it's crazy. Anyway, we're digressing a lot. Let's go to Dr. Michael.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Ronaldo's good friends with Piers Morgan as well, by the
Okay,
way.
that
Just
was now
Just
you
want
reminded me
to.
that was Ronaldo's biggest L. Ronaldo had
This,
two biggest L's in life. One was into getting like interviewed by Piers Morgan. The second one was
Going
like
to Saudi Arabia.
sucking up to Jordan Peterson.
Oh no, he went to Saudi
Sorry.
Arabia too, Suleiman.
Oh, that's 3. That's 3. So
yeah.
those
Uh,
those 2. Well, I think the other 2. I think the Saudi Arabia one isn't that bad, because it was the context of what he did. But the other 2 are really bad. I guess the Saudi Arabia one is bad as well. Okay, Dr. Michael, jump in.
yeah. Good discussion. I want to jump back to the poly markets. I agree, they're totally rigged, so I don't buy it. I also don't buy this Cynthia. What's her name? Who's after Cynthia West after Thomas Massey? I think she's lying. I think she's paid. Now, I just wanted to jump back to the argument that was going on, which I thought was very, very good discussion. Dr. Atusa and Cyrus and Simon was involved to some extent. This Citizens United was a pivotal case in 2010, and that case was argued on behalf of and by a Zionist law firm. They argued that case. You could say they were arguing that case on behalf of Israel. This law firm, Gibson Dunn, they argued that money, the spending of money in politics, is the equivalent of speech, and they won that case on the basis of a First Amendment rights basis. Okay, so then this same law firm, total Zionists through and through, by the way, they are at the forefront of arguing and arguing against anti-BDS activism. They are pro-BDS. So on the one hand, where Citizens United is concerned, they're saying that spending money is speech. Then when it comes to not spending money or directing your money somewhere else, it's not speech, and they're trying to shut it down. They're taking on cases to shut down all anti-BDS legislation all across the country. And this is what's going on. So, the question of who's running the government, I think that's a very good question. The Citizens United allowed this endless and complete, unlimited PAC money to flow. Okay, that's what allowed it to go. It was the Citizens United case. It allows unlimited amounts of expenditures by PACs on behalf of candidates, as long as they don't coordinate with them. And those expenditures, this also allows unlimited individual donation and corporate donation and union donations to the PACs, to the super PACs. Okay, so that's what we're up against. Now, the question about whether this is, whether we have or could have or potentially have a democracy, I think is really interesting one. But in this case, what it comes down to is this: if in fact the Zionists did not believe that the electoral process was important, why would they wouldn't be spending billions of dollars to control it? Okay, that's really what it comes down to. They are spending billions of dollars to make sure, because the prize is the state. Make no mistake, having control over the state, that's the prize they're after. Okay. And because the state is the only organ in society that can take your money without a contract, essentially at the point of a gun, and initiate violence without any consequence legally. So this is really what we're up against. Yes, there is a potential for democratic representation in this country. Obviously, it matters who gets elected, because they wouldn't be spending billions of dollars to do it. And it can be reversed, obviously, or else we wouldn't have any, we would just give up, or we'd have to resort then to absolute armed revolution otherwise. But also, it's obvious, though, that it is still important, because they wouldn't be controlling it like they do if it wasn't. So that's what I had to add. Thank you.
That was awesome, Michael. That's my whole entire thesis, that there's a huge lobby working day and night to sway the nation state. And America is the hegemon in the Western Hemisphere, right? So it's not that I'm saying, oh, my opinion matters more. It's that what happens in America affects the world the most, exactly as Beatrix said. So somehow in my messaging, I'm not coming across clear what you guys are taking, or Suleiman at least thought I was giving myself some kind of exceptional position, but my point was what exactly the gentleman, I believe Michael, was saying. That's exactly correct. We do have a vote. We do have hope. Thomas Massey is very important. And it too said the reason this messaging is dangerous is because Thomas Massey went from 70% to 60%. He's declining. So it matters when you go out and tell the world, hey, it's technocrats running your state. Forget about it. It's all a farce. And people don't go out and vote for Thomas Massey and he loses, then it's dangerous, because he's one of the few guys that's running and we're hoping
I
to gain
never said
momentum,
don't
not lose
vote.
it.
I never said don't vote. I did not say do not vote. So
If I could contribute a couple of points real quickly. I've been listening off and on to the conversation. Seems like it's still continuing. Thomas Massey is important because we have to have some hope in the system, if nothing else. And I do think, I'll disagree with Khaleesi to this point. I do think Thomas Massey would make a difference.
Smash her, Doc.
I think Thomas Massey will make a difference between himself and Trump as president. I do. It might not manifest in a difference in foreign policy, but it certainly will make a big difference for those of us who are America first, who are concerned about our own, forgive us, concerned about our own country, and appreciate those very few promises that Trump kept, including closing down our border. So, and that's like the only one I can think of at this point that he actually kept. So therefore, he made a difference between himself and Harris. Now, I'm not going to vote this year. I'm not voting for anybody. With the one exception, I voted for a guy here in Los Angeles who's running for mayor, a guy named Spencer Pratt. And if you have any interest at all in, well, at least California politics, you should look this guy up. He's a former TV reality star whose home got burned down. His parents' home got burned down. He had friends who died across the street, burned in the fire, elderly friends. And he's just gotten tired of the communist Karen Bass. She is an avowed communist. She's a member of a communist front group for Cuba back in the 70s, former congresswoman. And she walks arm in arm with Gavin Newsom in trying to destroy our state. The destruction is purposeful to degrade our society to the point where there's going to be a demand for a socialist change. And against Pratt, you have Karen Bass, the communist, and a city councilwoman, a socialist, who's running against him. I think he, like Massey, have tapped into the same wave that Trump did that put him in the forefront of the 2016 campaign, that being America First and the Freedom Caucus. And the Freedom Caucus were those 13 or so congresspersons who came in, I forget exactly what year they all came in together, and formed really an America First conservative policy walk group and voting group. So they were very powerful at a time. They got the former Speaker of the House, I can't remember his name, his last name starts with an F, I think, kicked him out, and then we got, succession of Zionist puppets now with Mike Johnson. But Massey and guys like Pratt and Dan Blazarian down in Florida, these people can make a difference because we need leaders to bring us to the point where those constitutional patriots like myself want to go back to traditional values, that being that our justice system works for everyone, not just the elite, and we actually punish criminals and take them off the streets. So I understand the focus of this space, and my chief concern is what's happening in Iran and in America. But to say that there's nothing to be gained, at least for Americans, in choosing one leader versus the other, even though they're all controlled by the Zionist overlords or the banking overlords, you want to go Simon's route, I think it's still a worthwhile effort. Otherwise, what are we doing?
Doc, just one quick thing, because I know we're going to wrap up, but the YouTube chat saying, check out this Pratt guy, or what's his name? Spencer Pratt, because they're saying he's a massive Zio. They said he's been talking about how he's going to go stricter on enforcing anti-Semitism laws and how Israel's the number one
Yeah, I
ally.
think
I don't know. I've never heard of him, but check him out and we can
no,
talk about
yeah,
it tomorrow.
I've heard that they're attacking him because
Me
he's
too.
Jewish. So yeah.
No, because Laura Loomer endorses him. So that's a big red flag for me.
Who is
Well,
it?
neither of you live. Well, okay. I was gonna say
Laura
doctor doesn't
Loomer
live in L.A.,
endorses.
but she does. So I'll shut my mouth now.
Beatrix, did you watch
Yeah,
King
I mean,
Charles
if
speak?
Laura
Oh,
Loomer's, sorry, go ahead, Simon.
no, I was going to change subject so you could finish that.
No, but who's she endorsing?
The Spencer Pratt guy that Doc's saying
That's
would
so
be good
ridiculous. Tell him to
to
go
vote
back to
for.
selling crystals.
Simon, I saw clips of it. I saw the digital ID clip of it, and I know that when the Tommy Robinson protest and the pro-Palestine protest is happening on Saturday, I think it is. The Met have said they're going to use full-on facial recognition, facial ID
Simon, what was it?
for it as well.
Yeah. Simon, what were you going to say?
Yeah, I was just asking Beatrix if she saw the King Charles speech.
Yeah, I trolled her on it. She had no response whatsoever. She said, "Oh, now my king's saying it. I now support it." This is why you can't trust these
No,
people.
never. That's just Hasbara. I never said that. I said he's a messenger. He doesn't actually make the law. He just delivers it in a speech, which we all know. Let's not shoot the messenger. But yeah, Simon, it's horrendous what's coming.
Yes, how come it's always? I think that's a red flag. Anytime Beatrix spots someone, you're gonna think that these people are gonna tell. So actually, for me, the fact that Beatrix is unsure about Massey means we need to go all in on Massey. That just confirms it. If Beatrix is spotting someone, then you're like, flip. In a year's time, she's gonna hate the person, and the person can't be trusted. But anyway.
That's so not true. That's so not
Suleiman,
true.
do you think the Iran war would have happened if Kamala Harris would have won?
Yeah, I do think so. So coming back to it, sorry, we're just gonna wrap up, guys. We will be back tomorrow. Great panel, great discussion. Tomorrow we got great guests coming on. We've got Matthew Ho, we've got Simon Dixon, we've got Carl Zar from China. So 3 great interviews tomorrow. Check them out. And we'll be back for a space tomorrow. Not at same time, 2:30 p.m. Eastern for the space. So make sure you're back and ready for it. We also have Friday. We've got Richard Medhurst. You know his whole theory that this is I need to read it, but something along the lines is like the petro gas dollar. So check that out. There's a tweet in the nest. It is the interview with Robert Pape. I think it was an awesome interview. He thinks there's going to be a ground invasion. We interviewed him yesterday, but I think many people may have missed it. So everybody watch it. I'm going to be there watching it as well and chatting to everyone. It's pinned in the YouTube comments. It's in the nest. Everyone come across there. Much love to each and every single one. I enjoyed today's space. It was flipping really good conversations. I know it gets a bit heated, but we're guys, right? We don't get emotional over it. And it's golden. So I enjoyed it anyway. And Cyrus, you made some great points, even though I disagree with some of your framing, but I think I agreed with some of your points as well.
Cyrus, make sure you watch Simon's interview with Suleiman tomorrow. It'll be an educational experience, Cyrus.
I'll be watching. I watch all the interviews. It's always a banger.
Economic expert that is known as Simon. Have you got a middle name? No, Simon Dixon. Simon J. Dixon.
The Simon
Oh,
Dixon.
and I watched your David Icke interview. It was really good.
You like it? I thought you'd like it. I thought you'd like it, and your family would like it as well. So yeah.